What? Hard up, Pog. We back. In blood. Pog. Fudge. Okay. Okay. Is it bad?
Windows framing clouds up in the atmosphere. Our tiny little world that could just disappear. Outside there's chaos and confusion. Can you stay right here? so crowded, but somehow you erased all the chatter. Didn't matter anymore, though everything's
Coopacampo 06 said, OMEGALUL.
though everyone's gone sour. You're so sweet. You're so sweet.
Down on myself, hope you're doing well. I've been honestly going through hell. Feeling troubled, no one to tell. Draws a bullet, same at the bell. If we had to make up, last the weekend. Save the breakup, just to be friends. I would not call in the best sense. I would not find a few. Took it slow, and months break without you. Can't stop thinking about you. She can't help herself at all. She's falling deep in love. Can't give you what you want. My bad, I messed this
Hello, hello?
Can't barely help myself. I'm falling out of love.
Hello, hello?
Give you what you
Hey, we good, we good.
My bad, I messed this up. My heart, she broke it to pieces. She said, I wish I picked up the pieces she left. Every time she had reasons,
Rana, all good to leave.
I had my reasons. Oh no, I can make time. Always fine. Tell me when you lie. Can you take signs? I can fix that. For you, this ain't it. Yeah, do this all for you. I thought we took it slow. Hey, mom, I might just break without you. Can't stop thinking about you. She can't help herself at all. She's falling deep in love. Can't give you what you want. My bad, I messed this up. Can't barely help myself. I'm falling out of love. Can't give
Well,
you what you want. My bad, I messed this up. She can't help herself at all. She's falling deep in love. Can't give you what you want. My bad, I messed this up. Can't barely help myself. I'm falling out of love. Can't give you what you want. My bad, I messed this up. My bad, I messed this up. My bad, I messed this up.
What? No fucking shot! last game. Right. Great.
Coopercamp 06 said. LULW. Coopercamp 06 said. How you doing today?
Blacked out how the other night last. Maybe come around for 1 minute. Should I like that? I could never catch taking aim. I miss you. Hands up if I hear the text.
Should I like that?
one head of lettuce better than another? At Dillon's, we take scrutinizing freshness to a whole new level. We're only the best of the best will do. That means not every leafy green leaves the field, and not every grape makes the grade. So when you shop Dillon's, you know it's not just fresh, it's fresher than fresh. Dillon's, fresh for everyone.
And now you'll find more ways to save on your favorites. When you download your coupons, you can use them 5 times in one transaction. Dillon's, fresh for everyone.
Reddit user FlamoDemo says, "This is the worst phone I've used. People are always bothering me about it. I'm scared just to use my phone in public, as a random someone may just give me a stupid grin or whisper to their friends. I cannot stand the fact that I just can't relate to normal phones anymore."
Are you ready for this life? Find out at Samsung.com/reserve.
COVID-19 is spreading in your community from the highly contagious Delta variant, but vaccines are highly effective against variants. Find free vaccines at vaccines.gov.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. We can do this.
I was made to fall asleep, it's on my resume. Looking from your telescope, take me on this journey home. Wait, no. Take me down behind the moon, tell me you'll be home real soon. I wanna know. We could be dancing in the stars, we could be floating on away. As long as I'm safely in your arms, and it don't really matter where we stay. 'Cause space makes me sad. 'Cause space makes me sad. Space makes me sad. Feeling like you already knew that. Come the stars don't shine when it's day. Come the sky at night makes me this way. Why you so far away? Alex and Castaway.
I want to play some Genshin Impact later soon, actually. This is so clutch.
Is it wrong to love Papa Murphy's steak and baked pizza? To want Fritos baked on their new pizza? And for that pizza to be too delicious? With juicy brisket, fresh mozzarella, tangy barbecue sauce, and crunchy Fritos? The Fritos Outlaw Pizza from Papa Murphy's is unlawfully good. And if that's what makes an outlaw, then I'm the biggest outlaw there is.
Take and bake or grill the new Fritos Outlaw Pizza, only from Papa Murphy's. Only for a limited time. Change the way you pizza.
US Cellular has small town roots, so we tell it like it is. That's why at US Cellular, we don't have any hidden requirements. You can get the latest phone without activation fees, required phone trade-in, or anything like that. No surprises or tricks up our sleeves. Just the phone you really want and a state-of-the-art nationwide network built from your town up. We're US Cellular, America's locally grown wireless. Learn more at uscellular.com.
COVID-19 is spreading in your community from the highly contagious Delta variant, but vaccines are highly effective against variants. Find free vaccines at vaccines.gov.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. We can do this.
I fell down to earth from 100 miles away, and somehow I still make it work. But it's overrated and somehow played out. 3 doors down so you can't ignore it. I'll hunt you down like a Tyrannosaurus. My teeth are sharp like a great white shark. Let me taste that flesh, is my favorite part. Got an eagle beak with the ostrich feet. 7 spider eyes for every day of the week. Means I'm still up working while your bitch ass sleeps. I'm an alien among the human beings. I fell down to earth from 100 miles away, and somehow I still make it work. But it's overrated and somehow played out.
You kill creepers to get gunpowder. Yo, I'm gonna change my Twitch name to something different soon. Yo, follow? Fuck. PSB Airman, thanks for the follow, bro. Appreciate that a lot. How's your day been?
PSB_Emin. Thanks for following.
Something up there. Build a fence. Sorry, give me a sec.
I was thinking about you and the things that you do. A picture perfect moment of a California view. The color of your eyes and the Malibu skies paint the walls of my mind. We were running through the hills, searching for a couple thrills, trying to keep it on the real with you. We were floating through the trees, burning up like third degree. Ain't no place I'd rather be, it's true. I could spend forever next to you, watching and feeling all the colors bloom. Oh, I could spend forever next to you, watching and feeling all the colors bloom. Oh, where you wanna go so we can be alone? No spaces I could roam without you. You're the place I wanna be, everything I'm trying to see. Oh, I'm not gonna waste your time. We were running through the hills, searching for a couple thrills, trying to keep it on the real with you. We were floating through the trees, burning up like third degree. Ain't no place I'd rather be, it's true. I could spend forever next to you, watching and feeling all the colors bloom. Oh, I could spend forever next to you,
celebrate State Farm's surprisingly great rates, we gave this song surprisingly great lyrics.
I love that rate on my new ride. State Farm hooked me up and the stars align on both my home and auto policies. I switched and saved, now I feel great. Gonna tell the world I can't wait. Baby, State Farm has the coverage I need.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Step into a world of music made just for you. Premium is your music, your way. Keep listening, and once we get to know you, we release new mixes based on what you love. From daily mixes to discovery. Premium lets you download those playlists and listen offline. Plus, enjoy ad-free music. Upgrade now to unlock Premium. Tap the banner to learn more.
Dark Knight Cabal, thanks for the follow. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out where it thanks people. Wait, someone follows me.
Feel some sort of way. You give me goosebumps every day. And when you look at me and smile, I wanna say I think you're okay. Your stupid face makes me insane. My heart feels like it's trapped in cellophane. And every time I try to unwrap the pain, I feel so ashamed. Oh, but you don't know how I feel. It's like every day I'm running uphill. Oh, why can't I just spit it out and tell you right now that you're the one I want out loud? I guess I'll stop here and not hint at all that you're the one I've fallen for. But if you ever think of me as anything more, I'll be here at your call. Eyes closed, I'm slowly falling to the music in the atmosphere. Now and then I feel lights fading softly all over me, and I remember when I was alone in my bed with all these thoughts in my head and breathing silently inside. So late in the night, blindness drifting away. Then I dream about times I wished for the happier
On the Streamlabs chat box right now.
could reach out right now and save my life somehow. I'll face the sun again as soon as the story ends. Don't wanna go down with this. My head's in a place of darkness, so ugly.
I wish it was 2004. I wish my favorite bands were still on tour. And I wish everything wasn't so complicated. I wish that I was still as tall. Wish I could gain back
That's stream labs chat box.
Someone to come and take me away. We're going back to 2004. I never had it all quite figured out. I never really learned what growing up was all about. And I still don't know.
Cooper Campo 6 said, LULW. Cooper Campo 6 said, hi.
Things haven't been the best for me. I know you think it's all in my head. I'm crazy for wondering what it's all for. But every day I'm thinking of ways for someone to come and take me away and say, we're going back to 2004. Looking back on it, I know I am fortunate and I cannot complain. The nerves, the stress, the total mess, it's all inside my brain. But growing up just makes me really, really, really scared. I don't think that I'm prepared.
2004.
Governor Laura Kelly.
This year, summer really feels like summer, but there's a more dangerous version of COVID spreading. So go get vaccinated.
Go to kansasvaccine.gov to learn more.
If you choose not to get vaccinated, then be responsible around others. And if you feel sick, get tested.
Go to knowbeforeyougoks.com to learn how.
Do your part for your community and make this summer safe from COVID.
When you unlock the power of premium, you're unlocking freedom. Freedom to listen to any song on demand on any device. The freedom to skip songs as many times as you want, even on mobile. The freedom to listen offline. Even listen to all your music ad-free. Experience the power of premium. Tap the banner to learn more.
No one can tell you how to travel as you are. Orbitz wants to help you discover where you want to go, who you want to go with, and what you want to do when you get there. Visit orbitz.com/pride to book your next trip.
Coopercampo6 said, LULW.
the attic, I'm so dramatic and so sad. But the last time that I let someone inside, I was buried alive. Hi, I'm your friendly neighborhood poltergeist. Nobody ever looks at me twice. I'm used to being see-through, but it feels so bad when it happens with you. Wish you'd see me the way I see you. I've been spelling my name in your Lego brick. I don't know, gotta be more obvious. You're close enough to almost touch, but not close enough to hold. Do get on you. I guess boys with beating hearts beat a boy. Buried in the backyard. Every time I try to make contact, feels like a supernatural attack. Misinterpret, then you react. I guess it's back to the attic. I'm so dramatic. But the last time that I let someone inside, buried alive. Hi, I'm your friendly neighborhood poltergeist. Nobody ever looks at me twice. I'm used to being see-through, but it feels so bad when it happens to you. Wish you'd see me. La, 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 la. come true.
With Cricket Wireless, you get everything you want in a great wireless plan.
Everything?
Yeah, like nationwide 5G speeds for nonstop downloading, everything.
Are you saying super fast 5G downloading right before you get on the plane? Everything?
Yep, your favorite shows and movies just in time for the flight, everything.
Passengers, get ready for takeoff. And we're off with everything we need.
It's everything you want, including the price. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Speed restrictions apply. Video and standard definition. Compatible plan and device required for 5G access, which may not be available in your area for 5G coverage. Wireless.com/map.
At Lowe's, we know your home is an expression of you, and we see you walking down these aisles of possibility, running your finger on that marble top Allen Ross $5.99, but now $40, finding that perfect rattan pendant at an everyday low price of $99.98. In our showrooms of style, you'll find whatever you're into at a price you'll really get into. Lowe's, home to any budget, home to any possibility. Selection while supplies last. See associate or Lowe's.com for details. Valid through 8/29/21. U.S. only.
I'm Dr. Vivek Murthy, U.S. Surgeon General. A new COVID-19 variant is spreading quickly in your community. The Delta variant is the most contagious one we've seen yet. If you are unvaccinated, you are at serious risk and should wear a mask and maintain physical distancing until you are fully vaccinated. COVID-19 vaccines are highly effective against the virus. Find free vaccines near you.
I'm losing my love for you. The feeling's just out there. You broke my heart into pieces on my bed. I'm losing my love for you. The feeling's just out there. You broke my heart into pieces on my bed. Stop playing games, I ain't here to play none. I just need someone to lean on. Stories getting old, I can't seem to like it. We should losing my love for you. The feeling's just not there. You broke my heart into pieces on my bed. I'm losing my love for you. The feeling's just not there. You broke my heart into pieces on my bed. I'm losing my love for you. The feeling's just not there. You broke my heart into pieces on my bed.
Yo, when are you coming home? Okay, bye. I'm starving, by the way, so just so you know. Okay, bye.
And if so, should I try to see it through?
one of the most treasured items in Mondstadt. It's the lyre that Barbados used to play. With it, perhaps I can help Dvalin draw his gentle nature back.
Will it really stop Stormterror from causing—
Of course! There's not a single song I do not know. No matter— Look me in the eyes. That one doesn't work on a—
So how can we—
It's said that it's in— I'll go take a look around. You can— Let me handle this. Hello there, sister!
May the Animo God bless you, young bard.
Actually, I know a secret that can save Mondstadt from its—
Oh, what a blessing from the god— But you should report that to the Knights of Favonius. Why have you come to me?
Because you, dear sister, I'd like to borrow the Holy Lyre.
Please see yourself.
What?
It's a vicious dragon indeed.
That's simply not acceptable.
That foolish
Please.
I'm afraid not, little strange.
Then, I guess I'm left with no— I cannot hide any— My disciples, rejoice! Behold! Shocked, aren't you?
If there's nothing—
Wait! Huh? But she didn't— Now, since you're the— Maybe you can give it a shot.
Barbados bless you. I know you. So what brings you here? Is that so? Not that I don't trust you. He's full of nonsense, and even there are regulations in place for the use of the Holy Lyre. Currently, it's only signed documents from the Grand Master, Seneschal, and Community Rep. So, may I see the document from the Knights of Favonius?
Hey!
A signed document is required. Now,
It didn't work.
You knew it?
I just wanted to know how influential the hotshot of the Knights of Favonius is. You see, just the story—
So what are you trying to—
No, that's not it. More of a commentary regarding Mondstadt's— Very well. Today we stand for free— Come now, speak up. That's what free will is for. But seriously, aside from singing, I don't really have any other talent. Besides,
how can it be—
The things are— Should you get the guards here if we manage—
Stop mentioning—
What do you say? Yes. Seems that your point being— Why does your decision hinge upon whether or not I am a god?
Paimon will fill you in on her background story when we get the time.
Huh?
What should I get to take back to living? Just yet.
Okay, I get it. But a secret about it. Can I crouch? No. Nothing to see here. Easy.
Who are you? She disappeared.
Freeze! What are you doing here?
No, run! Oh no! We're busted! Run!
What? Follow me.
Easy.
Master D. Luke, this is this week's accounts.
The disaster has greatly affected business.
Well, let's hope it all ends soon.
Hi! We'd like a seat at your, least conspicuous table.
But aren't you a bard?
Let's save the paid performance for next time. We'll be heading up now. See you.
Hey, keep an eye on them.
Ask who exactly?
The Protector.
Master D. Luke, have you seen two thieves around?
What happened?
Haven't you heard?
Huh?
Isn't it?
Why would one want to steal something they can't sell off? Would pay better to steal from my...
Huh?
Sorry, off topic. Believe they had...
Understood. Thank you, Master D. Luke.
Today, I think I'll have a glass of...
You can put down that bottle you stole from behind the counter.
Something cold.
Right. I want answers.
Let me finish my drink first. I'll pay you. Well, with a performance.
It's not about money. You seem too young to be drinking.
No need to worry. When I started drinking, you were still... Oh, you wanna... He is Master Diluc, the boss of... the owner. He's very famous. By the way, his dandelion wine is one of my favorites, although most of the time I can only afford a bottle or two.
I just heard about some thieves. For the record, I like your guts for trying to steal the Holy Lyre de Hamel. Even if you are fools. But we don't often get this.
It wasn't us. This is the hotshot of...
Hotshot? Oh, so you and the Bard are close friends? Well, a shame you joined the Knight. The Knights of Favonius. Inefficient right from beginning and towards the... Forget it. I don't feel like talking about...
Seems you don't really like the Knights of Favonius.
Just differences in approach is all. I have my own hopes for this. Now, answers. Why did you steal the Holy Lyre?
You sure you...
That's fine. I somehow always end up implicated in their affairs.
If I tell you this...
It depends.
Then will I get paid?
Your reward...
Very...
What did I just witness? This is confidential information.
Why? Perhaps the winds are changing. What say you, Master Diluc?
Interesting. Give me some time. I'll organize some contacts. Outlander, as one of the knights, it seems you're not a suspect. Blonde is the only description on the wanted poster. You should be safe. As for the Bard, however, it'd be better if you stayed in the tavern.
No problem. I like taverns.
Okay. Let's meet here tonight.
You gotta try.
What?
Oh.
You're here. Wait, you're...
Well, first of all, I contacted more than one person. Secondly, she came here as Jean herself, not as the acting Grandmaster. A Jean you would never see, even as an honorary knight.
What a surprise. I heard about the Holy Lyre, but I never suspected it was you. So, the sound of the Holy Lyre can purify Storm Terror and return it to normal? Is that true?
That's right. Your honorary knight is putting themselves on the front line to try and resolve this Storm Terror issue. Now that's the hotshot of the Knights of Favonius I'm talking about.
Feels like we're breaking the law, though.
I understand this kind of absurd explanation is hard to believe. But we can ask the Bard to play the song again to try and persuade...
I believe you.
To persuade our stubborn command... Wait, what?
I can't think of any reason for Dvalin's betrayal, given it was once one of the Four Winds. However, if it was poisoned in the battle over Mondstadt all those years ago, and then corrupted by the Abyss Mage after it woke up, we can't really blame it. But as acting Grandmaster, I obviously cannot make such a statement publicly. Diplomatic pressure from the Fatui makes it hard for us to seek a peaceful resolution to the Storm Terror issue. People would think I've lost grip on the gravity of the situation.
That's one of the reasons. What surprises
my
I already told you not to call me
Wow! I have a rough idea of where the Holy Lyre...
Nice recover.
The conflict between the Cryogods Fatui... Right. If the Knights of Favonius publicly prevented an attempt on the only other...
The number of... I've already managed...
Diluc has... I imagine they don't...
Hi,
Such is the... Outlander.
Jean just said the Fatui are trying to take Dvalin's power for the Cryogod. I fear this might fall short of their true intentions. I think they intend to use Barbados' connection to the wind to draw him out. Just like Lisa traced the source of the storm to the temples.
The god of Animo? Hasn't been seen for...
Oh!
Forget it. I don't like having to pry. Here, take this.
What is it?
A disguise to protect your identity. Put it on before you run into the Fatui. Unfortunately, there's still one of Mondstadt's allies. At least that's the facade we're maintaining. Our actions are going to get them stirred up. Better to not implicate yourself on a personal level.
You need to clean up all the trash.
I will.
What's the hurry?
No! The entire floor's defenses have been broken. I thought it was the Abyss Order attacking. No, don't! We hit the liar and that the place is being... I don't know which one...
This guy looks like...
One of the 11 is already in Mondstadt. Senora, when she gets her...
Did he say Senora? What a strange name.
Number 8 of the 11 goes by the name Senora. The fact that the Fatuid can run amok across the 7 nations like they do is entirely because of the 11. We need to act quickly before she gets wind of what's going on. Who?
Ha! The will of...
Here to play with me? Let me amuse myself a little.
Over here! Retribution!
Know how to get me going.
Get clapped.
He says the key isn't here. Shall we try another room? Seems like we've turned this room inside out, but no key. Time to move on to another room.
Tomato?
Seems like we've turned this room inside out, but no key. Time to move on to another room. There's one room left that we haven't tried. Surely the key must be in there.
That Lily Pizza. What?
Who are you? What are you doing here? What? I have the key here.
You rats scurry out from. Senora's not going to tolerate this kind of interference in our affairs. So I'll be the one to take care of you. Save her the trouble of having to deal with you herself. Prepare yourself. Burn! Leaving so soon? Ha! Ha! Prepare. No escape. Is that all you've got? Prepare yourself. Leaving so soon. You can't run from death.
Hey, the liar is back in safe hands. Where did that guy go, though? He was here a second ago.
Senora is going to end you. The songs bards sing of your demise will be so terrifying. The people of Mondstadt...
Big talk for a guy who still ran off in the...
Hats? Beauty chicks got black. Hey, what's up, shorty? What's that? Oh.
Disappear!
What's up, Timmy? How you doing? Good. Good. What's up, ass hacked? Yes, you can help me.
Take your pick. You'll find no second rate.
Come on, ass hacked. Enter tavern.
Welcome back. This is the Holy Lyre. You managed to retrieve it. The pattern of flowing wind carved on the rosewood, and the strings still feel cool to the touch, too. The memories.
What do you think, Venti? Can you summon Dvalin?
Although this lyre is the real thing, as you can see, the lyre has been through 1,000 years of history. Its animal power has run dry. In this condition, you couldn't play music fit for even Diluc's tavern with it.
Bards fight to get on the stage of my tavern.
Is that and you? Did you just borrow the Holy Lyre to play music for? What do you mean?
Anyway, we won't be able to call Dvalin with it. The lyre, you're up, Outlander. Relax. It's just that the intensity of its animal. Do you still have Dvalin? Great! Try to use it on the Holy Lyre. It worked as expected.
This youthful glow.
Praising yourself?
I was talking about the Holy Lyre.
Wait back. Hey, how's that? What? That's that. You hungry? Is the dog needing more dog?
Thanks to our traveler friend having purified the crystal, the Holy Lyre won't continue to lose power. That said, its power is far from replenished. It'd be great if we could get more tears.
How can we gather more?
I can surmise that Dvalin will already be crying, suffering alone in some deserted place.
Dvalin.
Poor baby.
This is not something that an honorary knight can accomplish alone. When you get the teardrop crystal, please let our honorary knight perform the purification process.
Heroes supporting each other and setting out on a journey together. How exciting! Let me come up with a song for you.
Is that all you're going to...
Wouldn't be much of a bard if I didn't, now would I?
You're so cheeky. You deserve an... Oh, Paimon knows. From now on...
This search reminds me of a feud I once had with the Fatui. "6 months ago, Now, although if such a thing existed, it would be very valuable. Among all the relics they managed to dig up, one particular object was very rare. It was a vial which contained the Animo god's breath.
Still fills me.
Relics come in every shape and form, huh?
Anyone with an eye for fine art would like to add this relic to their collection. Once word got out, the Fatui started trying to seek it out as well. They've made tons of counterfeits that can be found everywhere. In response, I just bought every one I could find, irrespective of its authenticity. We're still at it now. I've bought more than 2,000 fakes to date, and the Fatui are yet to find the real one.
Whoa, you guys are insane. So it means the real one must be out there somewhere on the black market, right? Paimon will give you a discount on them if she finds any, because Paimon's just great like that.
Sure, you can try to find the real one. I'll take what you find, even if they're fake. Once you're done, find me at the winery. I'll trade you a beer for every 20 you find.
Hello? What's going on, Hashat? Hello?
Hey, I'm just a few seconds from home. Come out and meet me.
Okay, I play a video game. Okay? I need you outside. Oh, oh. blood, I don't give a fuck. Bitch, I got my own. I don't need security in the club. What's going on? Hat? It's not E. I only fuck with whores. I'm toxic.
Yeah!
Time to clean up.
This moment will be frozen in time.
I'll race you there.
Windblade!
Oh, move! Move, ass hat!
The Cassie won't know where it's at for him.
Paimon didn't think we'd find a volunteer.
As knights,
Wow!
in my experience, the secret to finding what you are looking for is to never look for it in the first place.
What?
Don't think too much about it.
I eat.
starts, I wanted to let you guys know that I just started my very own Patreon page. For subscribing to my Patreon, you can expect perks such as entry to my private Discord where you guys can recommend me video ideas and collaborate together, 1-day early access to my uploads, and exclusive behind the scenes content on videos such as the one that you're watching right now. Please consider supporting me. My goal by the end of this year is to save up enough money to move out on my own so I can produce even more content than I am right now. Be sure to check out the link to my Patreon page in the description below. With that said, let's get on with the video. Welcome to my corrections video for the disturbing internet content iceberg that I uploaded around a month ago. I'm making this video because I saw that there were a lot of people complaining at how I handled my explanations of several of the items on the original iceberg. In the video that you're watching right now, I'm going to be giving some much needed corrections and new information about some of the old items from part 1 and part 2. This video was originally going to be a part 3, which was going to include new additions to the iceberg, but after writing this script, I felt that it was necessary to make this correction video its own separate video, and then make an official part 3 extension for the iceberg later in the future. So just so that everyone's on the same page, this is just a corrections video that's going to go over old items from part 1 and 2. I'm currently working on 2 new parts to the original iceberg, which is going to be named Disturbing Internet Content Iceberg Part 3 and Part 4. I will explain more on how that's going to work when those videos come out, but if there is anything you guys want me to go over in this format, I am planning on extending the series. As usual, this video will not contain any jump scares or sudden shifts in the audio. There will, however, be disturbing content, of course. With all that said, grab some food, pour on some more blankets, and get comfortable, because this one is going to be a long one. So let's start off with all of the corrections, starting from most complained about.
Well, I'm streaming right now.
About Lasagna Cat. What a lot of people wanted me to talk about initially was the entire meaning behind Lasagna Cat, because I do admit I was a bit harsh in my explanation, so let's try and fix that. In order to accomplish this, I went ahead and listened to the full podcast that the Nerdy Show did with the creators of Lasagna Cat. Because there's so much that went into Lasagna Cat that I didn't know about, I'm going to attempt to give a very short yet very comprehensive history on how Lasagna Cat came to be and the entire meaning behind it. So the team behind Lasagna Cat, as everyone should know, is Fatal Farms. Contrary to what many might believe, Lasagna Cat was not Fatal Farms' first big project. Fatal Farms had 2 big projects prior to Lasagna Cat that gave them their notoriety, which led to Lasagna Cat being made. They first made a series in which they made alternate intros for various TV shows and movies. Their second project was called Infinite Solutions, which is what really put them on the map. On their second channel, Infinite Solutions, they made a tutorial video on how to gain early access to a beta version of what they called Google TV. This so-called Google TV was basically your average Netflix or Hulu-like service in which you'd be able to stream any TV show or movie right to your computer screen. Doesn't sound too crazy by today's standards, but keep in mind, at the time, Google TV was not a real thing, and neither was any sort of streaming service. This was during January 2007, and in fact, Netflix had just announced that month for the first time that they were going to be coming out with this sort of streaming service. So no service like Netflix had yet to hit the scene. So for someone to make a video claiming that Google already made one and then show proof of it was a crazy concept back then. In fact, it was so believable at the time, the creators said that friends of theirs that worked at these big tech companies like Microsoft said that those companies had to have meetings on how to compete with Google TV. Everyone and their mom thought this was an actual real thing. After this incident blew up and people realized that Infinite Solutions video was fake and that Fatal Farms was behind the entire thing, Fatal Farms was then put on the map. This allowed them to get more work opportunities. They found success filming commercials and directing some movies. The initial idea for Lasagna Cat was born when they found, in their words, a killer Garfield costume. They found this costume while browsing in a store in Compton, California. Lasagna Cat in its earliest form was thought of as what they called everyday as
I need you to say something for me, okay?
What is it?
Say, Kaz, in every aspect of this argument, you are wrong.
Kaz is back in this argument, you are wrong.
Exactly.
Hello?
Okay, you're welcome. So what I'm trying to tell you, in summarization, if a child has to tell you you're wrong,
Okay.
they're brutally honest. I'm not gonna lie. Whenever
Okay, you
a
won
kid
that
says
because
you're
of
ugly,
her.
they're
You won
probably
that
right.
because of her. Whatever. Let's move on, guys. Clearly, we're not gonna come to a consensus here. You guys are men.
You're probably ugly, doll.
Don't say that. That's mean. Say it's okay to have a girl best friend.
It's okay to have a girl best.
Thanks. Okay, go.
No, I don't want.
Get out of here. You don't want to.
Hey! I'm on top of the world! And if you're watching this channel, you're probably not subscribed, because 50% of you guys are not subscribed. And if you guys want Chompy to eat this month, freaking subscribe, okay? I'm gonna throw him.
Mods, private ban everybody, so that way they can get into the ban appeals. Alright, Alinity, I want you to take this shit over. You are the conductor of this entire ship. You run everything. I will not say a single thing about any ban. It is all you, and you do everything.
Okay, let's do it. I missed the rage. No, L, I'm not 5. Didn't you suck Ice's dick during the RV
It's
trip?
it's a perma. Look, it's sorry.
Can we talk about this? No?
Yeah.
The RV trip?
What?
Did you actually suck someone Ice's dick, though?
Yes.
You did? Okay.
Yes.
That's not bad.
Look.
Broke ass middle schoolers pussy. Say what's up, you mutts. Shut up, fatty. Miss you're fat. You're gonna cry. He didn't say anything that's not true.
So if I go in your chat and I just start spamming about how PewDiePie made a video on you and that you threw your cat and that you call the guy racist, are you not gonna ban them?
But that's different. He's just saying you're fat.
That's not different. He's bringing up the fact that I sucked a dude's dick on an RV trip.
I just don't know the drama, but okay. 6-month ban during Amaranth IRL stream. Any real viewer knows that you weren't actually mad. I was just fucking with Miz. I just type bad jokes to farm LA giggles. Keep me banned if you think that's not harmless.
Load previous. See what he said.
I'm gonna ban him.
You're so dumb.
You said you weren't gonna say anything.
I'm not.
Ooh, sexy Drake. Do it. Penis. Omega. Okay. Okay, weird champ ban me roof. Omega fat. Omega. Wow. I don't know. What does this mean?
Allah Akbar.
I don't know what that means.
Praise Allah.
Okay, so some religious thing?
So you read the timeline, read the script. He wants to be banned, so he's screaming Allah Akbar.
I don't know what it means. I feel like it's wrong.
Just keep going. Oh, here we go. Apparently saying God is the greatest is now bannable in the chat. Oh, shut the fuck up. I can't win with you guys. Oh, so now all of a sudden it's bannable to say God is great. You know what? God can suck my cock, alright? Like, shut the fuck up. This guy asked to be banned. It's over. Just shut the hell up.
He seemed like he wanted to be banned.
Oh, he was praying. Oh, he was praying to be banned, you idiots. Like, what is this shit? Oh, God.
Summit.
I've been up to
maybe
something.
jump. How Americans watch this, holy fuck, with a shit culture. Imagine watching shit. She looks like she has food available at home for sure. Fat bitches. Who are we talking about here?
I think they're talking about Cutie Cinderella.
Maybe don't invite. Ooh.
Ooh.
This rice guy is so dumb. Holy, this is toxic as fuck. Bunch of ads. I apologize for what I spammed. Won't happen again. I missed chat. Let's be honest, though. I wasn't 100% wrong.
This org is literally a bunch of ads. Lol W. How is that true? Lol W.
Do you guys play too many ads? Is that what he's saying?
What do you mean?
I don't know. Like, what does this mean?
I don't fucking know what he's talking about.
I didn't like this word. It's really bad.
Who cares? OTK is dead anyway. Fuck you, dude. Rich Campbell's a huge streamer.
Omega lol dog shit story. Fake ass fuck. This is just toxic.
Booba!
He was just being a sissy and salty all day.
Booba!
I don't normally watch Miz, but he was on his period, bro. He's so you got really toxic viewers.
Get him out of here.
I gotta say, my bans are hilarious. Is everybody talking about me throwing a cat and like me being a hoe. This is toxic shit.
Yeah, my viewers are terrible.
Like, this is bad.
Yeah, they're terrible. You know why?
Why?
Because I'm terrible.
You're not that bad.
What the fuck is that? He's a rapper.
I'm unbanning him.
You're actually the dumbest person I've ever met in my entire life. If you click on, you are the dumbest person. You literally didn't read anything.
Listen, if a dumb person calls
Literally,
you dumb,
you're
doesn't
so
that
fucking
mean,
stupid. He
doesn't
just
that mean
said, I'm gonna sell Ms. Kip's address for $10,000. And you just...
trolling.
My anxiety is getting the best of me right now.
So bad. Can I please get unbanned? I'm very sorry for I said. I will not say ever again. I'll
Wait.
pull in chat. Miss said ban everybody.
He literally only ever typed one time in my chat. What'd he say?
So bad.
That's it. Oh, God.
Okay, poor guy.
Vegito, you're doing your job fantastically.
Poor guy. Okay, so I just read the end.
Yeah, I like
Okay.
XQC. Now, that's an obvious reason why I banned him.
It's pronounced Hunter Hunter, not Hunter x Hunter. I like XQC. Whoa, what?
That's it. All you have to know is he said I like XQC and I
I'm
banned him.
banning him. XQC
No!
XQC
What are you
is
doing?
great. Mods have Maya's cock shoved down their throat so deep. Glad I can still see chat. Miss literally puts the chat on screen.
What are you talking about?
Sorry.
Chubby.
She got banned and she wants to be unbanned.
Oh, I like that. It's so cute.
Why'd you get banned?
That makes sense.
She's
You got
just
banned?
sorry.
For what?
Chubby, what'd you do? Are you banned from Twitch?
Wait, your account's gone.
You're not
Chubby.
supposed to be here if you're banned from
Holy
Twitch.
shit! Hide her. Hide her.
She's good.
Never chatted in the channel.
Where did you get banned? Because you're ugly? You're not ugly.
You shouldn't get banned in my chat because you're ugly. I'm sorry if you got banned for that, and it'll never happen again. You're a good man, Charlie Brown. Go ahead. Take a seat, Chubby. Take a seat. LOL, mods have Maya's cock shoved so down their throats, so deep, glad I can still see chat. Miss literally puts the chat on screen.
This guy's so toxic.
He's
man.
so toxic.
That's so toxic.
Let him free.
No, I'm denying him. He's awful. You guys are too picky, man. Suck my cock, I suck Maya pussy. Suck my cock.
Wait, that's a reasonable reason.
That's pretty good.
He was just seeing how fast he could get banned.
Sorry, I was just seeing how fast I could get banned. Now I feel stupid. Hopefully I get unbanned and see many chances, but I tried. I'm unbanning him. I see spam.
What the?
You can't talk anymore.
Why? He banned.
He's banned.
Miss was raging over chat for the entire week, and I was fed up. Even simply said it, but I know I'm not his friend. Shouldn't have taken that far. My bad. When did Miss become such a crybaby bitch boy?
I'm not a bitch boy, but you shouldn't unban him. He's toxic.
Baby bitchy boy. Can someone please
What the
text me?
fuck is that?
Alinity. Okay, who is this cunt? Pokey.
Well, I'm glad you figured it out. Oh, Pokey!
Cunt, and I meant I hope she. Woo!
Oh, get him the fuck out of here. No way, no how.
Oh my god.
Holy fuck.
What the fuck's wrong? Mods, find his name, and I want you to ban him from Alvea's Sanctuary. I want you to ban him in Diaz Koopa's channel, Melena's channel. I want you to ban him in Greek God X's channel. Everywhere. Get him all out of here. in
Vegito,
everyone's
you
channel.
can ban him in my channel too. He probably doesn't watch me, but still.
What a scumbag weasel. Dude, what a dick. Austin,
'Cause I
shut your
shouldn't.
gay as a...
Listen, like,
You know nothing about cars.
Do you know the original meaning of the word gay was like to be happy? I hate when people use the word gay as something bad. Gay is great.
All right, Olivia. Gay is great.
Artie, there's a reason Artie added the rear wheel. What is he talking about? It's for racing. I don't like this guy. I don't like him. Alina getting her back blown out. Wait, what? What the fuck?
I think it's when S-Fan grabbed you.
What does the getting my back blown mean?
Well, no,
Like,
he was
fucked
worried
in
that...
the butt?
No, he was just worried that S-Fan grabbed you too hard on your side, and when he was walking you out of your room, you can hurt your back. So he just cares about you.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I would let him go. Eleni's drunk is unbearable. Unban this guy.
Sorry, was this the day that I was being drunk and obnoxious?
Yeah, you were being very much drunk
That
and
was
obnoxious.
I wasn't even there though. That was before. I
No,
got
this was Monopoly.
Oh.
Which you were being drunk and obnoxious.
You were being annoying. You kept screaming. You ruined the game. You ruined the game. You made me cry.
Elena, you cry over everything. Everything when you're drunk. You're always crying. Always.
I'm just sensitive.
Oh my god, you're
It's
gonna
part
cry
of
about
having
crying now.
feelings.
Oh my God.
I know you don't relate to it at all.
I don't. I
have
I am a
feelings.
non-sentient being. I have
I
no
know. So you don't know what it's like to be a very sensitive person.
I do understand what it's like to be a sensitive
No,
person.
you've no idea what it's like.
Do you not think I'm emotional?
You're not.
You never cry?
Never.
No, he doesn't. He's an asshole.
Wait, what?
Never.
Okay, I'm sorry what happened again. Love seeing
Oh.
Chab, won't type as much, especially while drunk. I'm unbanning him. I don't know. He was being mean to me, but I should be unbiased because, you know, this is not about me. You call me dumb. You call me dumb all the time. I don't care. I'm used to it.
That's just too for me.
XQC waiting party is over. Enjoy my stay. Bye, Miskiv. It was just a joke. I don't even watch XQC. I'm in miss streams from start to finish whenever he goes live.
So why say that to me, dude?
Is he really, though? Is he really? I'm unbanning him.
No.
Let me lick your armpits. I'd rather see her titties than sub LOL, because I'd rather see your titty. Who is he talking to? No bra, shameless
I think Senna came in the
female.
room.
That's bad. I don't know. I don't think girls should be forced to wear bras. What a bunch of dicks. Oh, you're talking about Andrea. Thick Latina mama. Andrea Bote. Wait, are they Latinas? Oh, I always thought the name Botes was Latino.
I don't check their horoscopes. I don't really know these guys.
Andrea's so sexy. Andrea, let me lick your armpits. I'd rather see her titties than sub. Cooming too hard. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I'll never coom again on stream. Queen Alinity and Sir Misk of PS Dido on Dido.
Get him the fuck out of here. What are you doing?
What?
Oh my god.
He called me a queen.
Oh my god.
Yeah, 'cause
Okay.
he was fucking cooming.
Put a pool on your... Listen, coomers are great. Okay?
No.
Yes.
Not for me.
Well, they are for me. Put a pool in your living room. Then the hot 12-year-old. Whoa, 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 whoa.
He even said, I don't know how to explain this. What the fuck?
No, that
dude?
was what the fuck. Why are you got an animal abuser on stream? Sorry, I was thinking straight. I would nah. Fuck you. My cock. God bless me. Any waves in the house. No one fin cares your eyes. You're not cool. So let's be real. Missed a little bit cringe and try hard. Soda champ. I love him. Hate him. It me again, Pog. Don't even know what the fuck I'm here for. How does it get from him banned? Is
Hey, hat. Shut up, hat. You think you'll fight? You do, hat. Outside. Go, now. Hey, hat. No. Come here. Food, I'm sorry. They said to come outside. Tell them boys the better pray.
I don't like that word.
Shut up, ass hat.
Okay, Mama Linity helping her kid. This is gonna take a while. Narcissist. I'm just here for the jokes. Busy Mizzy, ADHD, the password's password.
Water's outside. He's out there. Oh. Wait. Easy. Yep.
He's not getting away from you, Moot. Give him a W. Yeah, knock him up. Keep going. Okay, that was a little excessive, but fuck it.
I've T-posed on his ass.
Sigma gonna Sigma, I guess.
How is our team doing?
I'm trying not to look at that, but
Coopercamp 06 said, "Any primers, wide hard."
Let me see who's playing it. Magician Impact.
What?
Don't worry about it too much. The more flustered you become, the less likely you are to find it. Pay attention to what you see in your peripheral vision, and you might just stumble upon what you're looking for.
I don't know. It doesn't sound like that would work.
No, seriously, it does though. In fact, it's how I used to find my tortoise whenever he went missing.
Wait! You had a pet tortoise?
Yes, why? Something wrong, Paimon?
No, it's, well, just surprising is all.
Why?
Paimon can't imagine Jean having a pet tortoise. Surely you find it hard to imagine too, Master Diluc.
No, I don't. I had one too when I was a kid. What's so strange about it?
What? You too?
With the wind!
you can't keep up with me.
The gaming Pharaoh juicer warlord. I have him stun locked. They're so easy when you stun lock. What the heck? What's up, asshat?
Yeah. Wind blade.
We're done gathering. That was hard.
It's too early to relax. We're still not done with Storm Terror. Besides, the Fatui could also be planning.
Hey, Diluc. I heard that the Fatui have recently proclaimed you persona non grata.
What an honor. Nobody was ever proclaimed persona grata.
The Fatui, the diplomatic delegation from Sneznak.
The Fatui are a problem not only for the Knights, they also present a real threat to the whole of Mondstadt. And when it comes to threats against Mondstadt, Diluc is...
That's enough, Jean. You Knights are subject to too many restrictions. You can't directly confront this so-called diplomatic scum. Personally, I despise them. If I were to choose between eating a cryo slime alive or joining the Fatui, I'd prefer to be crushed to death by a meteorite.
Jeez, your wording is so very dramatic.
Yeah, disappear!
Dodge this. Freeze.
It's an impact. What? What is it? Genshin Impact.
Wind blade. Wind blade. Wind blade.
It was my honor to serve you.
Cool it. Oh, so sorry. Freeze. That was unexpected. Maybe I wasn't meant for this world.
I'm tired.
Yeah, just go open the chest. I need that.
I won, he wanted $15 for a big birthday silver.
Bet you can't keep up with me.
You said what? You wanted what?
$15?
For what?
Hey, Cooper, shit! You got an appointment tomorrow.
For who?
9 a.m.
For who?
I don't know.
For what? What do you mean? Show me. Well, for who?
Oh, gotcha.
No, he's gonna pick me up between 9:30 and 10. Okay. I don't think we have to reschedule.
You tell him that.
Hmm? He said he's gonna pick me up between 9:30 and 10. Dude, stop!
I want one more.
No, I don't care. Never mind. Ass hat.
What?
Here, ass hat.
Jean will be upset if she catches us lazing around like this.
Educated because they want a better life. It doesn't necessarily mean that they have to be wealthier when they get here, and I know
Sure.
because I did immigration casework for like ever.
That's okay. That's great. But like, let's just think.
Statistically, it says that you're not correct.
Statistically, I promise you I'm correct. Let's just think for one moment. What type of family could immigrate, could either move themselves or their entire family from Africa to the United States? We're
People claiming asylum that have nothing.
I don't think that the people that come from Nigeria and like attain postdoctorate degrees in the U.S. higher rates than any other ethnic group in the entire United States are all coming via asylum, right? The reason why
They're
these
not, but a lot of them are.
okay, hold on.
All right, well, keep going.
Yeah.
We'll debate that later.
Well, okay, hold on. This is just absolutely not true. So for anybody that has, I don't know what kind of immigration case you worked on, but if you're familiar with Chinese people, I live in LA, I've been to San Francisco, I know a lot of Chinese American people here. A lot of these people, their families came over from a lot of these countries because they were pretty wealthy, because they were driven to get an education, because they were driven to have their children like get educated in the United States. You're not selecting for an average citizen, you're selecting from the upper tier.
Visas. You're talking about student visas and people that come over here who have money do student visas and then they get
I'm not just talking about student visas. Here's a question for you. Who do you think is going to be wealthier on average? The average American family or the average American family that's immigrated to another country?
The average American I'll tell you what, this is a better question.
Well, no.
For
I
the
want an answer to
Chinese-
that. I want an
for
answer
the
to that
Chinese
question
population
specifically.
that's here,
I want an
there's
answer to
been-
that question specifically.
Wait, there's been Chinese people in America for how long? Right? They're not all immigrants from China. Yet they prioritize education and they prioritize the family and they have been here for decades. And the reason is it's their priorities, not because they were already born into wealth.
I'm just curious who you think is going to be more wealthy, like the families that come, like the average American family or the average American family living abroad or that immigrates to another country.
Yeah, but that's a completely different story. They're coming here for a better opportunity and they're going over there for
Oh my God,
jobs
what is
and
it
other
this
things.
time?
People are not fleeing America for a better life.
Who do you think is wealthier, the average Chinese person or the average Chinese person that moves their whole family to the United States of America?
Just to eventually circle back to the topic for tonight.
Yeah, sorry.
Well, I understand, but like, I mean, like, we have to come from a similar epistemic foundation. Like, I guess, or I'll do one quick spiel and this will be done. I'm sorry, but it is absolutely the case that the people that immigrate to this country that are looking for better opportunities, better whatever, are oftentimes people that are coming from the higher quintile of income or wealth from the countries that they're coming from. That's why they can afford to do it. You're like, I'm sorry, but a poor, wait, real quick, let me just finish real quick. A poor Chinese farmer is not moving his whole family to the United States. Or somebody that works on rice paddies in East India is not moving his whole family to the United States. Or somebody in Kenya that is starving is not moving their whole family to the United States.
That's
Typically,
just your assumption. You have no evidence to back that up because it's not necessarily true. I mean, I've seen their paperwork and they don't. They have like 3 cows. Like, that's not how it works. I mean, just maybe do a Google search. I'm not in front of my computer, but like, average income of an immigrant when they get here. It's not high.
So, I'm just curious. So what? So if I were to show you like the what number are you
Show
looking
me
for?
some. I mean, I've dealt with so many families coming here on like spouse visas and other types of visas that are, there's not many people that just come right away and move their whole family here. It's like one person comes and then they bring over their spouse or they get married and they come here. And like, it's not like, oh, hey, let's just move my whole family. There's lots of immigration laws that are cumbersome, and it's usually like one person at a time.
Yeah, but who has the money to make it through those cumbersome processes?
It's really not that expensive. You can get waivers all the time before your income. You fill out one form and you get all of your immigration forms and the cost to it waived.
That's not, it might be the
Yes, it is absolutely true.
Okay. So I have a Swedish fiance who's in the process of doing this. So we have a lawyer. We've been filling out all the K1 visa stuff. So I understand you have
If you
some
want help
personal
on that, I'd be happy to write you a letter have a congressman and write a letter of recommendation.
So the fact that you're even offering me that kind of shows you that wealthier people probably have an easier time with the system than like a random rice farmer in India, right?
No, because I helped Pakistani people come here that had no anything connection. Somebody told them to call their congressman and we helped them out. That's what happened.
If we're able to remind the audience
All right,
in terms of how this...
Sorry, fuck. Okay, just so real quick, the household median income for Asian Americans is $75,000, which is 39% greater than the national median income of $54,000. But I imagine you'll just say it's because they work harder or
But the
something.
Indians is 126,000.
That's fine. The majority of Asian Americans, the majority of Asian Americans are immigrants, with 66% of them being foreign-born. Most Asian Americans are of Chinese origin.
They prioritize education and family values. It is what it is.
Okay, let's, we're gonna, okay, we'll
Put that aside.
come back around to this. So, we agreed originally, I think we agreed on this, that we can point to maybe black culture or black family structures as being things that are detrimental at large to the black community. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. So if we were to say, for instance, that having a single parent in the household is a high predictor for your child committing a crime, I hope we agree on that. If we agree on that, it might be the case that we could follow that back and look at like disparate sentencing rates for different types of drugs and say, hey, when we enacted like these three...
Yo, thanks. Aridana ratio for the follow. Appreciate that, bro. You play this game?
You can't keep up with me.
Let's put our crystals together. Oh.
What have I been live for? 3 hours.
The color of these crystals looks muddy. Dvalin, you're going through so much pain. Let's start purifying these crystals first.
It is hard to believe such a thing is possible.
Interesting.
I think we should have enough.
Oh, I don't...
Use the crystals on the Holy Lyre like last time.
Coopercamp 06 said, LULW.
It seems completely different from
the Lyre's and it's all thanks to you.
Now, where should we summon Storm Terror? It must be perhaps here at the winery?
If the winery was destroyed, it's not something I couldn't eventually fix. But...
the wind that blows, it's...
Paimon understand. Then the best location to play the lyre would be...
If you go east from Starfell Lake, there are mountains south of the beach.
Oh, you mean that beach we were on when you told Paimon about your sister?
If you head to where the cliff juts out, that place is known as Star Snatch Cliff. What do you think, Bard? Meets the requirements, no?
Let me think. Star Snatch Cliff. All right, let's do it there.
Very well. Then let's meet at Star Snatch Cliff when we're ready. Please don't be late.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. I didn't mean to...
No, it can't be. Oh, how awful.
That's not bad.
No, it can't be. Oh, how awful.
That's not bad.
No, it can't be. Oh, how awful.
Well, that's not bad.
The Dawn Winery's wines are all unique.
No, it can't be. Oh, how awful.
Well, that's not bad.
Mix something in my shaker bottle.
Dawn Winery's wines are all
Hubert, did you?
No, I didn't.
Yeah. Father!
No, it can't be. How awful.
Well, that's not bad.
Where's Dad? He might be outside.
No, it can't be. Awful.
Well, that's not bad.
The Dawn Winery's wines are all unique.
Oh, how awful.
No, it can't be. Well, that's not bad.
Windblade. With the wind!
Everyone is finally here.
Strike policies from the 93 crime bill. When we crack down on certain types of drugs in this way, we notice that it produces this outcome that's leading to a whole bunch of bad downstream effects. So I agree with you that we can take a law originally that isn't racist, it doesn't have any bad racial intent, it might even be to help a certain race of people, but when we look at how that impacts things down the road, it's like, oh shit,
regardless
hold
of the
on.
outcome,
Well, there's like a
things
systemic
finally
injustice
seem
here because in an attempt to say help black neighborhoods by getting rid of crack cocaine, we've actually like put a lot of black neighborhoods even worse on a path toward destruction by putting a lot of like black African-American men into jails and then impeding their ability to ever get a job or to reform themselves or to contribute to their families in a meaningful way.
I actually agree with you. I think that there were laws on the books quite like not that long ago. I mean, there were redlining, which happened to other communities too. There was, stop and frisk and the things that you were naming in your opening sentence. And while I do think that those things at the time, we did have racist laws on the books, we do not now.
Then
and to
why
say
do I
that,
see
continue
sadness
to
in your
say
eyes?
that
Sadness that speaks of your
America
yearning
is
for this
systemically
song.
racist, or that the police force is systemically racist now in its current form is wrong. Not only is it wrong, but it's actually detrimental to the African American community because what's happening is the more you mentally beat people down and say, you're never going to make it because of A, B, C, D, they begin to believe it. And then this cycle only continues on and on and on. So I think that the best thing to do is say, yes, there were these problems. There are certain ways that we would like to fix them. There are certain things that we can do. But to sit there and say that the police force right now, because that's what we're talking about. We're talking about police, not the laws that Congress put on and not the laws, you know, or not what businesses are doing. We're saying, is this police force racist right now on the books? As per our definition we agreed to in the beginning, is it racist? And the answer is clearly no.
Okay,
now,
so
are there effects from previous systemic racism? Sure.
So
Is it enough?
I don't disagree.
No.
I don't disagree with you. I'm not here to say America is systemically racist. To be very clear, there were 3 different pieces of information that I wanted to go over regarding the police. The only reason we're talking about crack cocaine and drugs is because you brought that up as your initial topic. You offered that to me. So I just wanted to follow that down to where it's going,
doesn't
right?
need to be
So in
repaired?
terms of like, it might be the case that there are black people today that are, you know, messed up in life because liberals on Twitter are telling them that the system is beating them, blah, blah, blah. That could be the case. I haven't looked into that much.
You're
I do
right.
know that it is indeed
If we don't
the case
fight
that
the evil at
once
its
people are
source,
put
then we
into
can't
the
save the fallen
incarceration
at all.
system, the recidivism rates in the United States are among the highest in the
call
world.
upon
Once you get
Outrider
registered
Amber
in
to
that
track it
system,
down.
you are more
No
likely
need.
to recommit. You have a
Why
harder
is
time
that?
finding a job. That
I
these are the
eradicated
types of
one
like
not long ago
systemic
in one of the
issues
Four Winds
that will
temples.
affect people that have been processed by that system. And there are
If you want
laws
to
on
track
the
those
books
monsters down,
today
then I'll seek
that
answers
seem
from
to
my contacts.
disproportionately impact certain races.
I've got
So we
other
talked
means
about
for
crack
getting the
versus
job
powder
done.
cocaine earlier. We could talk about marijuana laws as well. And
he
it seems to be that
dislikes the
if those laws
Nexophonius,
and the ways that
he
we
protects
classify
Mondstadt in his
drugs
own way.
exist today,
Oh.
and they're being
Why does
used
our little
to
putt-
sentence black
Wait for my
people
word.
in harsher manners
I'll
or
be
harsher
sure to
manners
let the abyss
today
will
versus
not
white
go.
people, that it would seem to be the case that until they're repealed, there is an argument to be made, as long as these continue to produce bad outcomes for black families, that there is a form of systemic injustice here. Now, I'm aware, though, that we're talking more about the courts and the laws that exist in the books, and not necessarily police officers themselves, so we can move off to the police officer conversation, but I don't think that the example you've given me right now is necessarily free of the
But I think that
systemic
you're missing
racism.
I think that you're missing a key point, right? And is that you keep saying that there's systemic injustice. But that's not, injustice is not the same as racism. And I think that this is contributing to a narrative in our culture that's like dividing us down the middle, that America is a racist place, or the police force, or the laws, it's racist. Now, do they have disparate impact? Sure. Right? I'm not saying that. Are there problems in the policing community that negatively affect one more than the other? Fine. But you have to look, when you're talking about something being racist, you're talking about the intention
What?
of the law being racist.
No, so
and you
very-
can shake your head no, but that's how everybody takes it.
Okay,
Are
so
these laws racist?
We're gonna
racist.
So I want to circle back to the systemic racism.
So let's go over our definition of racism then. What's your definition of racism?
I want to circle back to the. I can give you a definition of racism. So, in my opinion,
Okay.
being racist is usually when you attack somebody in a way that maligns their race, like as that characteristic.
No,
like you're
that's
bad.
actually not the definition
Hold
of
on,
racism.
we just hear hear the rest of Steven's.
Chill. Yeah. Okay. So typically, attacking somebody on the basis of race is usually seen as like racist. So if I say like, "Oh, you're bad because you're black," or "You have this characteristic because you're race," we would normally see those things as racist. But when we talk about systemic racism as a system doesn't really require any racist actors. That's why it's systemic racism and not racism. So for instance, we could argue that there exists a systemically racist police force where none of the police officers themselves are actually racist, because a system that perpetuates racially disparate outcomes doesn't need individual racist actors. That's why we call it systemic racism and not just racism.
The actual definition of racism is when you believe that one race is superior to another race and that the rest are inferior. That's the definition of racism, right? So
Hold on. If I were to say that, wait, can I ask a question on that? If I were to say that Asian people are less creative than white people, but they have their own strengths, is that racist or not racist?
No, but that you know that that's not the actual definition.
Well, no, because the definition you gave is just not true.
No,
So-
superior in that, no, that is the definition, like Merriam-Webster it, like that's the definition. Now, if you're gonna say that, I lost my train of thought, but if you're gonna say that like people are racist, it has to have a negative intention. You cannot say that a whole system is racist and that it's at the hands of this like white superior, group that's purposely targeting people. That's what is coming out of all that conversation. You don't think it is, but it is. I mean, you're shaking your head no at me, but everybody watching who thinks that the system is racist, it's at the hands of white people, and that is not doing anybody any favors. And they're saying it because they think that like it's that it's purposeful.
I think
It's
the
not
whole
purposeful.
vocab
Nobody-
of
I don't
systemic
think any
racism
cop
needs to be
or
dumped.
any
I think it's
lawmaker
fucked. I think it's
wants to
unsalvageable.
intentionally, mess up the the African American community. It's just not realistic.
Sure. So there are multiple discussions happening here. So if you want to have the discussion that the phrase systemic racism is a shitty phrase because it's triggered the fuck out of a lot of people, you know, at this point, I mean, as evidence for this conversation, I don't know if I would disagree with you. Because as soon as people hear the word racism, it literally doesn't matter what comes before and after. People immediately go on the defense for whatever reason, which makes it really hard to have a conversation about systemic racism. So if it would make you more comfortable or prevent you from getting triggered in the conversation, I can use a different phrase besides systemic. You're very triggered right now.
No, I'm a very...
To be very clear in this conversation, and we can go back, or I'll tell you if you don't believe me, I have never claimed a single actor is racist in this entire thing. I'm not telling you that the laws were racist. In fact, I think there are a lot of well-intentioned laws that end up having bad outcomes that weren't racist. I don't think that our crime laws are racist or our drug laws are racist.
But that's the topic of this conversation.
First of all, the topic of our conversation was about racism in the police force, not in our actual legislation or laws. You brought up the crack cocaine versus powder cocaine.
Okay, so let's go back to the police force.
Okay.
Because you were talking about stop and frisk and things like that. So here we go. They're laws.
Sure. So, well, stop and frisk were activities that police did, but it was about the police force and the way that they engaged with So we can back. Okay, so let's. I still don't think we agree with what systemic racism is, but we'll see. We'll see if we get there. Although this particular thing doesn't actually require any understanding of systemic racism. So there's a really popular study that was published by Nature that they talk about, and I'm sure you've heard this one before. So there's an idea that basically there were over 100 million traffic stops that were analyzed from 21 different state patrol agencies and 35 different municipal police, and what they found was that when they tried to control for whether or not it was light outside or dark outside, you actually find out that police officers are more likely to pull over black people when they can see the race versus at night when it's harder to see into the car. This is something that's been demonstrated with like a high confidence interval over like the study was over 100 million traffic stops.
I've always heard about the wide range
It seems like
of
when you start to see
ingredients
stuff
you
like
can find
that,
in
that might be evidence
and
that
it
maybe
looks like
police are
it's
working
true.
from some biases that are unjustified.
Okay. But there's been other studies that have been contradictory to that, like when the DOJ did their investigation of the Philadelphia police force and found 91 recommendations on how they could do better, but that there was no racial bias there
mission to
at all.
find rare and exotic ingredients from all
For which
corners of the
police
world.
force?
Philadelphia.
I don't know about Philly. I'm not here to argue
It was the
about.
Department of Justice did a study. I mean, they went in and they went over all crime logs because there was an uptick in violent interactions with police and perpetrators, and so they went and did a study. I mean, so there's plenty of studies that have been done that will like contradict and affirm and deny both sides here. Like that, like you can pick one out, that's fine, but like. You know,
Well, so I'm trying to pick out like a study that catalogs over 100 million traffic stops. Well,
I mean,
no, because I've picked out a study that includes over 100 million traffic stops, and you're citing me something about one investigation into the Philadelphia Police Department. I didn't come here to argue about the Philadelphia Police Department. I came here to talk about like
and what
whether
year
or
was
not.
that study done? Just out of curiosity. I've heard about it, but I don't remember what year it was done. What year was that done? Because I believe that it was over at least 10 years ago, right?
Well, it collects, it was published in 2020, but the data set that it collects is over a wide period of time. I don't know.
Can you do some hunting for me?
I don't know like how many years they collected the data through, but the study itself was
I
published in
can't catch anything to
2020.
save my life, and I don't.
I think the data was
Sounds like a bit of an ordeal.
It might have been, but.
I mean, but like the thing is that what the big topics have been is that it have been like, more. The reason that we're even having this conversation is because of BLM and George Floyd and Brown.
Wait, hold on. I've got to cut you off. You're gonna do this, okay? I don't want to get roped into larger BLM, blah blah blah. I'm only here. The only question that I'm curious about, because I have plenty of criticisms for all of those organizations and for all of things like that. But so I'm not here to defend BLM or anything. I'm just asking very simply the question of: is there like systemic racism potentially, or are there maybe a lot of like cops that think they're well-meaning but they do things that contribute to bad racist outcomes that we don't want in the police force? That's very specific.
But that's what's important. We have to make sure that we that we identify like people that have good intentions that are not racist intentions. There may be some disparate outcomes, but that's not proof of racism.
I'm not trying to prove racism. So for the fourth time, for the fourth time, I don't know how many more times I'm gonna say this. For the fourth time,
I don't know how many more times you're gonna say because you clearly don't get it.
Okay, for the fourth time, I am not trying to say that cops are racist or they're these horrible racist, intentionally bad actors. That's not what I'm looking at. That's not what I care about. Well, I would care if that was the case. I don't generally think that's the case in most of the United States. What we're looking at is the police as an institution. Do they act in ways that we could call systemically racist? Do they contribute to racialized outcomes for no good reason? That's what I'm looking for. I'm not trying to figure out if all police are racist.
But it's not for no good reason. It's for reasons like I explained, where they're trying to actually, listen, if you look at the people that are being arrested or whatever by cops, they're still committing the crimes.
But the problem
let's talk about like violent crimes.
Yeah, so we can talk about. Okay, it's not they are, but there are still bad outcomes that are disproportionately impacting black people over white people or Hispanic people. So the DOJ released. We want to move on from the nature thing. I don't know if we have a response to that, but the DOJ released a big special report on the police use of non-fatal violence, covered the years from 2002 to 2011. And when you dug into this, even when people were being pulled over for crimes. So like the headline fact is like 4.9% of blacks experience a use of force during stops compared to 1.8% of whites and 2.5% of Hispanics. But even when you look at things like when suspected of a crime, 11% of blacks experience violence versus 5% of whites. If you had 3 or more contacts with police officers, so they've pulled you over 3 times and you're in the system, the chance of violence if you're white is 5.7%, Hispanic 9.3%, black 11.7%.
Okay, but look at the dates again of your thing. And as you know, so I'm sure you've done your homework, that violent interactions with police officers as a whole for white and black people have been on the decline. So you just set up to what, 2011, right? Was your date?
10 years ago,
right.
Yeah.
Okay, but 10 years ago. So that's not today. And they're like legit. If you look at violent interactions with police officers from now, from the last since 2017, it's steadily on the decline. Number one. Number two is for every 10,000 white crimes, for every 10,000 crimes committed by white people, 4 white people will die. 4 white perps will die at the hands of cops. For every 10,000 black people that commit crimes, 3 black people will get. And that's from FBI statistics. 3 black people will die at the hands of cops. So the black people are committing more of the crimes. White people are actually being killed more than black people, and then you're going to say that the police force is more racist and leads to disparities in police.
I don't know how to contextualize the numbers of for every 10,000 white crimes, 3 white people die.
Just look at the FBI statistics.
So FBI statistics are not a study. If I'm trying to like put together information or I'm trying to get an understanding of how something is working, I don't just open the FBI statistics, look up the word black, find out how many people died, and then like copy paste that into like an argument. Like I don't think that's a good way to look at data. I don't think that's a good way to figure out what's going on. There are a lot of questions that need to be asked, like, well, you know, why are people being stopped? You know, are there people that are committing more crime than other group? Like where are people being stopped at? I think that it's a little bit.
What would you rely on for your methodology?
You should apologize to Draft. As our leader, he always stresses the importance of respecting the rules of the hunt.
What would your methodology be for collecting data information other than looking at raw data?
Well, I mean, it depends. So the DOJ special report on the police use of non-fatal force relies on the fact that every time a police officer pulls over somebody, there's a report that's written. The nature study relating to traffic stops goes off of reports that are filed by different state officials.
Tasty snacks for you.
Not every police force has to submit their data.
Yeah, so I understand that if you want, we can play the ultimately skeptical position. You're free to do that. Epistemically, it's fun if we want to like argue nihilism or something. But in terms of like going by what's in front of us, right?
Which is raw data.
What?
Which is raw data.
Raw data, it does not a study make, you know? Like, we can be infinitely skeptical of things, but like, if your husband catches you fucking somebody, you say, well, that's actually my secret twin, right? Like, it might be the case that that's true, and you could legitimately argue, like, well, you don't know if I have a secret twin or not, but that doesn't really make an argument, right? So right now, when I look through the data on stuff, wait, hold on real quick. When I look, I'm not going to the extreme, because when I look through...
That was just a hyperbolic example there.
No, that was an example of how absurd it is to be skeptical when all the data points in one direction and say, well, it's not perfect.
It doesn't all point to one direction. I just gave you data that doesn't, and you're saying it's not from a study that hasn't been done by some peer-reviewed people that have some, bias inherently in them in general, right?
If a bias exists,
when you look at raw data, that's what it says.
So raw data is what we use to invade Iraq for weapons of mass destruction. So I don't know what you. That is absolutely true. That's what raw data does for us. So I don't. If you want to use raw data, I mean, like, I'm sure that we could sit here and we could throw.
That's what
Hold
I
on
did.
one second. There is a lot of interrupting, Lisa. I do have to jump in really quick.
This is ridiculous. Yeah.
We could do raw data numbers all you want. I mean, we can go dig through, and you can jangle a statistic to say almost anything you want, depending on how you want to look at things. But this is what the point of like a study is that we get somebody to look at the data, we get somebody to contextualize stuff, and I think that that's an important part of what we do. And even for the conservative argument, that's an important part of what we do, right? If somebody presents you a study and they say, look at this, police officers killed 20 times more black people than white people in the city, sometimes it's valuable for a conservative to be able to say, well, hold on, if we contextualize this and we say, well, maybe in this city, black people committed 20 times more crime, so it makes the number not actually that insane. This is why we have studies. It helps us guide the conversation.
That's still looking at just raw data.
No,
that's still, yes, it is. You're looking at raw data. So who was arrested more there?
Please,
that would
help
just
me
be
promote my
in that
meat.
scenario that you just gave. It would be black people. It's not like we're not surveying people to see. It's through the raw data. You just made my point.
Built its reputation
I'm just
on top
curious. So
quality
in
meat
your
products,
mind, like,
but
what do you
this
think would be the
reputation is
difference
so
between
far
like raw
limited
data and a
to
study?
Mondstadt. When I heard
Well,
that the great maestro
because I
Xiang
studied
Ling
behavioral
herself
economics,
was in
all I did
Mondstadt,
was make up
I asked
studies
Alan
and
to send
experiments
you
all the
over.
time. There's different.
Wait, you studied? Can you say that again? You studied what?
Haven't you heard?
Behavioral
She's
economics.
the one
You
behind
studied
one
behavioral
restaurant,
economics.
that one-of-a-kind
Okay, does that
restaurant
mean that
in
you took
Leawood
2
Harbor.
classes as part of an undergrad, or
No,
you
I
actually?
went to the University of Pennsylvania for my
some of the
master's
best loved
in
dishes in
behavioral
all of
economics.
Leawood.
You have a
So,
master's in
Very
behavioral
highly
economics, and
rated by
you're
travelers,
telling me
too.
with a straight face that just numbers,
too
raw
funny.
data is the same as a study.
I just try to cook things
I
that
will
are
tell you
cheap and
without a
cheerful.
doubt, okay, that
With
you
a
do
top-notch
need
chef
to define
cooking
terms and
top-notch
things like that when
cuisine
you're
with
looking at
top-notch meat
raw
from
data,
Springvale,
fine.
a
But you're talking
reputation
about
spread
studies
far and wide.
that are done from surveys, which are
don't know.
notoriously not
I only ever
reliable,
think about
right?
how to
And
make
from
tasty dishes.
multiple different
I never
forms of
limit myself to
experimental data
specific
and things like that. The way the
And I don't know
methodology
the first thing
I
about
don't know
promoting
exactly what
anything.
that methodology
You
is in
use
that study.
boar meat all
But
the time
the best
anyway,
thing
surely.
you can do is
I
define
can't see what the
your
issue is.
terms of what
The
like
issue is-
quantities that you are looking at when you're doing
What would you think
analysis.
if I added a
You
bit of
define the
slime
terms, and the raw
condensate?
data tells you the real deal.
I mean, couldn't
Does.
you add something a
Have
bit
you ever
more
heard of
normal?
econometrics?
There's no such thing as normal
So
ingredients
funny.
to me.
I mean, like,
you can turn
my point
anything
is-
into
Well,
a
I'm just saying. Of all the degrees you could say that you have, this is you're literally this is.
Having my creativity
Well,
shown
you're
what
cutting me off so much,
ingredients
but go
I
ahead.
can
I'm
and
sorry.
can't use.
I don't want to cut you off.
so-
Cutting me off. Go ahead.
Food cooked
Right,
like
thank
that
you.
is destined
So
to be
if we're looking
boring.
at raw data,
Period.
right, and more black people commit more of the crimes than white people do, but yet still more white people are dying at the hands of cops, then how is the system
Well-
inherently racist? Now, are there some
we
things
did
that
come to
have
apologize.
disparate outcomes? But
Couldn't
there's a
you
whole
be
lot
a
of things
little
to
more
do. Do the police favor
It's one thing to
women? Are they
apologize, but
anti-sexist
another thing
because
entirely to
more
change the
men
way I
are
approach
being
cooking.
put in prison than women? No, right? More men are committing more of the crime than women are. That's statistics. That's just plain old raw data, right? That doesn't mean just because more men are being put into prison than women doesn't mean that they favor men or they're just trying to lock up men. And that's the argument that you're making for white and black. And that's not accurate.
So let's go by the male-female thing. If I look at the data, it seems to be way more men are put into prison than women are, whether we're talking per capita or anything. It seems like way more men are put into prison as women. So
women do actually get lower sentencing rates too for the same crimes.
So how can I? So if I'm looking at the raw numbers there, wouldn't it lead me to believe that like maybe everybody is sexist against men?
I mean, I'm asking you. That's because that's the argument you're making on the other side.
No,
It is.
I'm truly at the bottom of a pit of despair here. What was your? I'm actually just so.
So
I'm
here's
intensely
the
curious.
thing.
Wait.
You're
What? I'm just curious. What was your
You're saying
master's?
because more black
no.
men are
Hold on.
incarcerated.
Now we have like this epistemic divide of is there a difference between raw data and a study?
No. Just get to the point.
No. Wait. We
Listen to me.
can't. We can't. We're at an impasse right now.
I
Okay.
will explain it so that you can respond. Let me finish.
Okay.
It's simple this way. You are saying that more black people are incarcerated because of our police system would be systemically racist. Yet men are more incarcerated than women. Are you saying that the policing state is, anti-misogynist?
Like, are they
But
misandrous or
that's the
whatever?
argument you're making. You're
I mean,
saying, like, so-
this is a bad example because I would argue that. I do think that men get unfair sentencing compared to women, and there are a whole bunch of issues related to like domestic violence and stuff that aren't taken as seriously on the woman's side versus the man's side. So I mean, I would argue that, but I'm just curious, for what was your master's thesis over? What did you study for your master's for behavioral economics?
It was behavioral economics.
Like, what did you defend for a thesis?
We didn't have a thesis. We had capstones.
What is a capstone?
University of Pennsylvania. You can look it up.
So, like, what was an example of like a final project that you did?
I did a cheating in school. If you give them like certain cues, would they be more likely less likely to cheat on college exams or something like that?
What are some of the things that you would have done for that type
So
of
like
project?
it's more about like behavioral economics has to do with like more social norms and framing and nudging and that type of thing. So what you do is you study social norms and social experiments, and then you set up social experiments. Like we'll talk about it later, I guess, but like look at like a perfect example is the World Bank's 2015 mind behavior report that they put out. Excellent. That's pretty much all we do.
Gotcha. Okay. I don't think I disagree with you there. So when you talk about like social norms, framing, nudging, right? So
Correct.
I think that one of the reasons why the field of behavioral economics kind of spawned, this is my totally uneducated guess, so you can stop me if I'm wrong, is that sometimes in this like neoclassical econ world, we make assumptions about how individual actors will function in an economy. And sometimes when we look in the real world and we see, well, people make these purchasing decisions, people do these types of things. Well, it seems like people don't always act as these hyper-rational
In their
actors.
best interest.
Yeah, there are sometimes they do things that are literally contrary to their interest, right?
Correct.
So behavioral economics, it feels to me like spawned off of that, where it's like, well, what are these other kind of harder to quantify factors that lead people into making decisions that on its face, it seems irrational, right?
Correct.
So I feel like from that framing, it seems to be that if we were to ask a question, so let's say I was to ask a question, what's the best way to sell a product, right? Like, if we were looking at like the raw data, we might just say that like, oh, a cheaper product will always sell better. Or like the raw data of like, well, this sold more on this store, so it should sell more in this store. These would be ways of looking at raw data. But we would want somebody that knows like behavioral econ and stuff, and it's like, well, hold on, this sold better in this market because of this reason. Or it might be a lower price here, but people actually will buy things over here if it's a higher price because it feels like a catalog.
But you're still getting that from data. You're still getting that from data.
We are, but it's not. But at that point, when you start to make interpretations of the data, it's no longer raw data. Now it's been like filtered by somebody that knows what they're looking at. It's been filtered by somebody that is now like giving you an interpretation where you're like, okay, listen, I understand that it looks like this thing here. It looks like if we sell this for this price over here, that it'll do really well over here. But actually, we can sell it for way more because the people that live here are way more wealthy. So it's kind of raw data, but you're taking all of that raw data and you're like filtering it through. In econ, especially in econometrics, we're filtering it through like all these complicated algorithms and formulas to try to determine like, okay, well, if we do this, it'll change this variable or this will change that variable in order to figure out like how things will turn out, right? It's not just.
But that's still looking at raw data, right? I mean, that's still taking data and interpreting it. Now, there are many factors out of this raw data that will contribute to more Black people being incarcerated. Some of that would be fatherless homes, not fatherless, but not children out of wedlock. Some of it would be, old crime law. Some of it would be poverty. Some of it would be personal decision making. I mean, we're still quantifying all those things, but when you look at the base, and that's what I'm talking about. I'm taking that data, and when you look at it and you break it down and you say, okay, well, the bare numbers tell you that per every 10,000 crimes, more white people that are committed by white people, or vice versa, committed by Black people, more of those people are dying, white people are dying, and that's just one metric. If you look at all these other things, it's not necessarily do some like old policies or old things from laws and policing. Do they contribute? Yes, to more Black people being incarcerated. But that's not the only thing, and that's exactly what I'm telling you. You look at other data like marriage, just being married, decreases family wealth by like 98%, something ridiculous, right? So when you're looking at the numbers, I'm talking about numbers, like raw data. I'm not talking about how you feel or what you think the police think or anything like that.
It's not about how we feel. It's just about like it's not about how we feel. It's the idea that taking one number might not give us the complete story for what's going on.
Correct.
So for instance, well, you don't hear me because you're throwing this 10,000 white crimes versus 10,000 black crimes.
I also threw at you, you know,
I don't.
out of wedlock marriage rates
So these two things are.
They all contribute.
I'm sure they do. But these types of discrete things don't give us a good picture of a particular thing. So for instance, even out of wedlock childbirth, that's probably not as big of a problem as people think it is. That's probably like a bigger proxy for your socioeconomic status. For instance, a lot of children that are born out of wedlock are probably born to like poor mothers whose father is no longer around. Right? I'm sure that if you're born to a decently wealthy family and the parents just didn't get married, yeah, it's probably not ideal, but you're not living in the ghetto selling crack cocaine, right?
But who's the most impoverished people in our country? It's poor white people that are.
As a per capita
Yeah,
class,
like more
I
people.
don't think that's.
There are more white people on welfare than there are black people on welfare.
But black people are like white people are like 3 times the percentage of the population, right?
Yep, there's still more of them. And they're not committing as many crimes.
Okay, but
so you can't just say lower socioeconomic status is the reason that they're committing these crimes.
Yeah, but like we would, if we were gonna meaningfully analyze these numbers, we would look at this as like a per capita, not an absolute number of people, right?
I mean, there's an absolute number of people. There are a certain amount of people that commit crimes. There are a certain amount of people that don't, right? And if we break that down into demographics, more African American people commit crimes than white people.
I'm tapping out of this one. I can't do it, guys.
True. And so now we're talking about more white people are in the lower socioeconomic state. That's true. So now you're saying that it's socioeconomics that's contributing. It's not necessarily birth rates that matter. It's a combination of all these factors and the policing, and that's my point. The policing is not, the police system or the laws on the books are not responsible at whole, maybe some in part from generations past, but not currently. There are no systemically racist laws on the books now as it stands, and so that's
for the fifth time, there's no such thing as a systemically racist law. There's a racist law.
But there's nothing that makes our system right now systemically racist, because it means that racism is embedded in the laws and regulations. That's what it means.
So if we look at like stop and frisk as a policy for New York, we saw, for instance, that blacks and Hispanics were 3 times more likely to be stopped by police than white people, but there was like a similar rate of recovery of contraband and weapons. So why so many more stops if you're actually like recovering or getting any successful hits?
All right, well, let's think about the areas that you're in, right? So
okay, I'm gonna cut you off real quick, and I know this is mean, but I want to tell you that this is my frustration with this debate, is that earlier you were very happy to throw out 2 10,000 numbers at me, and I just threw out 1 number at you. Now you're very interested in a more qualitative approach. Now you really want to contextualize. Well, I gave you the raw numbers, and now you want to talk about the neighborhood. So if you want to talk about them, that's fine. I welcome that conversation, but I just want to point out what you've done here. Okay.
We're going back to raw numbers again, in that more crimes happen in a certain jurisdiction, and as more crimes happen, statistically more crimes happen, what happens there? They send more police. So who's going to get stopped and frisked more? Where they concentrate the police force.
That's it.
I mean, that's just basic numbers again.
That's an example of systemic racism, though. But it doesn't even make sense to send police to these areas that can stop and frisk. They're not recovering weapons any more likely than they would be off of white people.
Where do you think that the majority of the police, if you have an area, I don't care if it's black, white, whatever, if you have an area that's higher crime, where are you going to send the majority of your police force? To the nice neighborhood where things aren't bad happening, or send it to the neighborhood where all the crimes happen? And then that will, divert your statistics. You know that.
It doesn't matter. We're talking about...
It does matter.
If that was to be the argument, then all you've argued in favor of is a systemically racist system where we're sending cops to all the black people to go and stop and frisk them and the white people, even though you're just as likely to get a gun or contraband out of a white car as you would a black or Hispanic car.
No, you see, you're looking at it wrong. We're not sending all the cops to go target black people. We're sending them to the areas where the crime is. It's a secondary issue that it's all the black people committing the crime in that neighborhood.
It seems to be the case that if you were truly concerned with recovering firearms from people or contraband, you'd probably be trying to stop white people as much as blacks and Hispanics. And I'm sorry, but by the raw numbers...
What if they're not there? I mean, what if they're not there? Are you... Okay, so I don't know. Where do you live?
Right now I live in Los Angeles.
Okay, so you live in Los Angeles. So, like, pick an area, right, that, you know, not a lot of crime happens, right? Why would you send your cops where not a lot of crime happens, stop and frisk for weapons?
Because
Why?
your hit rate is the same.
It's not, though.
But that's the whole point. Was it the study says
they were just looking at race, not geographic location.
the study says that blacks and Hispanics were 3 times more likely to be stopped than white people, but they had similar rates of contraband and weapon recovery. Why would you waste so much time stopping these people so much more if your chances of getting anything out of them were just the same as any other?
Because you're missing the point. It's not like they're sending them. There's probably less white people to stop and frisk in the areas where they were stopping and frisking. Nobody's going to, like, you know, what is it, like one of the nicer neighborhoods in New York and stopping and frisking people there. No, they're going to Harlem. Okay, and there's less white people there. And so when you look at the rate of recovery, okay, it's about the same. They were stopped more because there's more in that concentrated in that area.
Why
like,
are you?
That's a twisting of statistics.
Why are you so interested in this here that you want to focus on the per capita of a particular area? But when we talked earlier about the number of people living in poverty, you're more concerned about the absolute number of white people versus the absolute number.
We're just talking. No, we're talking about raw data here.
Well, no, you're no longer. Wait, to be clear, you're not talking about raw data anymore. You're trying to contextualize things. I gave you raw data.
I'm just talking about numbers.
Okay, so then what about the numbers in the DOJ special report for the police use of non-fatal violence, where black people were twice as likely to encounter violence if they've had more contacts with the police, if they're suspected of a crime? If any of these things happen, they're still like twice as likely as white people to have a violent interaction with the police.
They're likely to have. I mean, like, I'm not going to give you all the reasons that, like, magically, I don't know why. I don't think it's. I actually don't. It's what I believe is not that the police are racist or they're racist for them. I think that it's behavior. I think that when you tell people all the time that the police hate you or they're going to shoot you or cops are bad, and that's the narrative, that your behavior changes when you interact with police. That's what I think.
I need that to be demonstrated. I don't really care what you think about it.
No, you don't, because the burden is on you to prove that the reason that those outcomes are happening is that it's racist. That's not, the burden isn't on me. You asked me what I think. Show me that it's racist.
So,
just because it has a racist outcome doesn't mean it has a racist intent.
So for the 6th time, I will repeat. I'm not saying that we need a racist intent. If it was a racist intent, we would just be talking about racism. We would be talking about racism, not structural or systemic racism. And even if we were just talking about racism, what about related to the 100 million traffic stops? Why are police officers pulling over black people less at night than they do in the morning?
I mean, I actually don't know that study, but look, you told me about it. It's fine. You said it was from whatever dates. I'm totally aware of that one like the back of my hand. I'm saying to you that when you talk about, when the title of this is the police force systemically racist, that to me means that the laws on the books are racist. And not just that they have a racist outcome, but they have a racist intent. That's what we're talking about. Are there things that contribute in the police force to disparate outcomes of people? Yes, but you cannot call that racist. You just can't. And that's what this whole debate is about. Is it racist or is it not? And so I guess we're not agreeing on the definition of systemic racism, but if you look it up, it's what I said. It's the racism embedded in the laws. Like Jim Crow laws, that would be an example of systemic racism.
Well, no, that would just be racism, right? Like
no, actually. We can agree to disagree, but that's not it.
Okay. Where do we go, middle guy? James.
Yeah, where do you want to go from there? Because
we can go into Q&A if you're ready, unless there are any other, you could say, sub-facets of this broader conversation that you guys wanted to explore before we do that.
I mean, I guess just to summarize,
Okay, here's-
or go ahead.
I want to know what you would do to fix it. So say you say that this systemic racism it exists, right? And how would you get rid of it then?
Well, I mean, it depends on what particular type of racism we're talking about. So it seems like we have laws on the books that are leading to highly disproportionate outcomes, and we can't really justify them, then I think that easing those laws would probably be a good idea. So for instance, even though you brought this up as an example, I personally don't think there's a big deal in different charging between crack and powder cocaine. I think that they do have different impacts on people, and I don't necessarily see a huge problem with charging these slightly differently. But when we look at things like marijuana, white people and black people have usage rates of marijuana are roughly the same, but I think black people charge like 5 times more. This seems to be like a highly racialized outcome. I'm not saying the law is racist, but it seems to be a highly racialized outcome that exists for absolutely no reason. And when we agree that black men going to jail ruins black families that don't have black fathers embedded in them anymore, which causes more black people to grow up and become criminals, that's, in my opinion, an example of like a systemically racist or a systemically unjust thing that can be eased dramatically by getting rid of one bad law.
Okay, so I wouldn't disagree with you that I think that I'm a believer that we should get rid of all drug laws and not, as long as it's not harming anybody else, you can put it in your body whatever you want. Like that's what I think. But but I don't. But like I said, for me, that if it's considered a racist law, then it has to have a racist intent. There are all kinds of things that cause different outcomes, but it doesn't mean that it's necessarily systemically racist. So I would agree with you on that policy change.
Sure. The idea behind stop and frisk was that if we give our police officers a little bit more freedom, that they have the ability to eye out, like, you're a suspicious person, I can stop you, I know I could find some shit on you, I just need like a little bit more flexibility to do it. When we poured through all of the data on stop and frisk, and we looked at how all these interactions went, it seemed like cops were way more keen to stop and frisk with no probable cause black people or Hispanic people. They didn't really get guns off of them any more than they did white people. So that idea that police officers need that ability to stop and frisk you without you being suspected of committing a crime is probably not like the best idea. So that would be an example of a policy. Okay, yeah, so that would be an example of a policy, I think.
But here's an example too about like racism and things like that, about cops and their intuition, I guess. So you see like a black guy in like baggy jeans and a hoodie, or a white guy with tattoos and a chain belt, right? At night, you're crossing the street. You see a white guy in a sweater vest or a suit, and a black guy in a sweater vest and a suit. You're not crossing the street, right? Like that's just it is. It's not about it, and this is where I think a lot of people like misconstrue things that would necessarily be considered racist. But like there are people that look like, whether they are or they're not, they're up to no good. And so a police officer would say, hey, that guy looks like he's up to no good. He looks a certain way. It may not have anything to do with the color of his skin. It may have to do with how he dresses or what tattoos he has on his arm. Like, that's the thing. We're not, just because you have a different racial outcome doesn't mean that systemically there's a racist intent or motivation behind it.
Sure, and I agree with that. For the 7th time, I will say that a systemically racist thing doesn't need a racist intention behind it. And I will very carefully draw a difference between this. It might be the case that every single time I'm walking down the street, I might see a black person and I might get scared and I might cross the street. It might be the case I do that every single time. But you know what? This is the United States of America. If I want to be like, fuck, I want to be racist, that's your God-given right. It's the United States of America. Knock yourself out. But there is a big difference between me being racist and just being afraid of black people versus a member of the law who has an exclusive use on violent force and the ability to deprive you of your freedoms being a racist person and stopping it. Racist, like, individuals can be racist, they exist all over, we're not going to get rid of all racist people, whatever, but a racist police officer that's performing like a terrorist stop or that's like actually trying to deprive you of your rights, whether temporarily through detainment or less than temporarily through imprisonment, that's something that demands a different and more special type of attention than an individual that might cross the street because they're scared of the person on the other side.
Right, I agree with that, but I'm saying just even in your case of the stop and frisk, there's no actual indication that skin color is the only determining force of why they stopped and frisked black people more than white people. You can't prove that.
Well, but the reason...
You can assume, you can make as many assumptions as you want, but like you can't prove that it wasn't because of how the guy was dressed and not because of his skin color.
Like, let's say that I pulled over 10 people that had blue sweatshirts on and I found one gun. But let's say that I pulled over like 1,000 people that had like yellow sweatshirts on, and I found like 100 guns. right? Like if you were to look at me pulling people over, and you're saying, okay, hold on, you have a limited amount of resources. You pulled over 10 blue sweatshirt people. You got a gun off of just 10. You got one gun. You had to pull over, 1,000 of these yellow sweatshirt people. You got 100. Why would you pull over more blue sweatshirt people? Like, what the fuck? Like, you could just pull over like 20 more and you'd find 2 more guns. Why are you pulling
Right,
over?
but like you're not, and that's the thing. You're just like saying like they're pulling them over like everywhere in wherever they are. You're not pulling over. You're not taking the full data and looking at it and examining where were they? What's the population size there? Like how many people were committing crimes? It's a high crime area.
But it's
If
not
it is a
about,
high
again,
crime
to be
area-
clear, stop and frisk is not about like people that are like actively like committing crimes or whatever.
No, they're just people that look suspicious. I understand.
Yeah, but people that look
But where are
suspicious,
cops
but
gonna
people
be
that look
worried?
suspicious, it happens to be 3 times Hispanic and black people. And if you find firearms or contraband on the same amount as white people, it seems like they probably don't look that suspicious, and that's not the case. That's the whole
Because the cops
point.
are primarily sent to high crime areas, which happen to be in New York, black and Hispanic areas.
Yeah, but if we're getting
you're
similar,
gonna run into less white people there. You're just
Okay.
gonna run into less white people there. You just are.
okay. Okay, little guy, where are we going,
Okay.
James?
Anyway, if you want to go Q&A, let's do it.
We'll jump into the Q&A as there are indeed a lot of questions. Do want to remind you folks, our guests are linked in the description. If you have been, folks, you've been here already for an hour. You must be enjoying at least one person making their case. So I would encourage you to click on their links below in the description box, as we really do appreciate our guests. And this first question coming in from Arcade Outpost says, police are anti-white, which is how we get Rotherham idle cops during riots and lax/severe prosecution depending on politics of the arrested party.
Wow. Base and red.
I mean, I attended lots of the BLM and Antifa and Proud Boy riots undercover. I helped film them, and I will definitely say that if you look at January 6th compared to all the riots I went to, there were way more people arrested and are still in prison without even, having due process for a very long period of time. Plenty of people that were let go. I don't think that's necessarily culpable. I think that's the current political climate as far as the rioting all summer long. People were bailing them out left and right. They would just be taken. That's all the people that were sitting there. He's facing prison time, but I don't necessarily think that's the case all the time, but I just think that right now in this hyper politicized thing, if you're looking at the BLM riots versus the Capitol, they're targeting those political ideologies. I wouldn't necessarily say it's like white versus black, but it's more political ideology there.
Just as a quick raw number for that, over 14,000 people have been arrested related to George Floyd protests.
Right, but how many more George Floyd protests were there? There was one.
So you're
Frightened
saying that the per capita is very relevant in this case, then?
I was saying it before. I'm saying that, like,
How many
there's a certain amount
of the
people,
George
and
how many of the George Floyd protests involved breaking into like U.S. federal buildings?
Oh, I love that. Actually, not as many people that have been arrested weren't actually breaking into them. There was only about, because I was there, I worked there. There was only about, like, I would say maybe at max 20 people that actually did violence and broke into the building. If you look at other surveillance, at the point where the police were run over, they let a lot of people in. A lot of people that they let in didn't break into anything. As a matter of fact, it's the United States Capitol. It's our place. Now, granted, I actually even saw people go in. I actually even saw people go in, and they didn't know that they were breaking in. Once those perimeters had been breached and there were people that were walking in, a lot of those people that just walked in got arrested. They weren't breaking into the Capitol. They thought that they were just, protesting. I mean, how many protests have we seen in Nancy Pelosi's office? God forbid AOC led one. So, how many people were looting and rioting businesses that got away with it? How many people were taking over whole cities in Portland with armed people walking around Chaz? I mean, it's not even comparable, the level of how many people caused violence on one side to one incident. And you're going to say that the threshold is what? Worse because it's, a federal building. Well, I would say that it's worse that, they're taking it to Congress and the people that represent them. Everybody else is just you know, slamming their neighbors and hurting businesses in their own communities.
We must.
And affecting people who don't really have anything to do with it.
Sure. So just as a real quick of that, so I do agree that looting businesses and destroying those places are bad. That's why over 14,000 people have been arrested relating to the George Floyd marches, which is good. People were not let into the Capitol building. People violently broke down the doors. There's so much video
No, there were
available.
people let
Just
in.
real quick. So people violently broke down the doors. We've all seen videos of this. Of all the things that the Trumbles want to try to, all the things.
I do want to get serious.
Yes, of all the things that Trump will try to rewrite history, and I don't know why this is the one you would choose. We've all watched the videos. A lot of us happened to watch it on a live stream. Police do not
I was
just
there.
let people in.
Right
That's
there.
oh, in that case, you know less than we do then, because you didn't see all the different videos. You only saw your one perspective. So I'm glad to help you understand
No,
this.
actually,
So if you
I
go
had-
back
I
and you look at
couldn't
any
find
of the
any
comprehensive
law.
videos that have been put together on how the Capitol building was breached by rioters, which it was,
Have you not
you can
seen-
absolutely. I've seen so much about this.
Have you
I
not
promise
seen the
you.
video of cops letting them in? Letting them in, say, okay, I don't agree with you, but go ahead. Have you not seen
The
those
ones where they
videos?
like
They're
open
out
the
there.
gates or whatever.
No,
outside?
the actual door to the inside of the Capitol.
Yes.
I will
So
send
there
you the
is
video.
one. I don't need to see your video because I've probably already seen it. There's one where a black officer is opening a door and letting them through parts of the building, but that's because he was trying to prevent them from getting to and murdering other lawmakers by leading them into other parts of the Capitol that
Murdering.
weren't
They
as
attacked with no
compromised. First of all, not everybody there had no weapons. Number two, there were people there with handcuffs and stuff. Number three, you can shake your eyes at me all you want, but if it was Muslims invading the Capitol or black people, you would be fucking up in arms right now. You'd be out there on the streets screaming that these people should have been arrested, blah, 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 blah. You could pretend
I think
otherwise,
that-
but every single person listening to this knows that you would absolutely lose your shit if Antifa went into that building instead of a bunch of people wearing MAGA hats. You would be out of your fucking mind.
Wait,
Oh,
let
and
me
then
just
just real quick,
respond
because she
to
said a
this.
couple other like fake things. I'm sorry, fuck. I just have to count these points because it's so wrong. She's lying about so many things. Number one, it's not our place. It's not our place to just have any random insurrectionist or rioter walk into a Capitol building when there is an incredibly important political process going on. Not anybody to stroll through the Capitol building while there are actual lawmakers that are voting on things. I don't know if you think that every single technically the federal gold reserves are our money. That doesn't mean that anybody can just stroll in and take whatever they want.
slow down a
Okay,
little
number
bit
one. No, I
for a
can't slow down. You just said like 30 false things. Okay, AOC did not lead any protests in Nancy Pelosi's office that were anywhere near comparable to people walking in with handcuffs, scrolling through the federal building, live streaming it, saying they were going to find and kill Mike Pence, and then people that are looting businesses aren't getting away with it. A lot of them are being charged. If you think that there are individuals that are being charged in an unfair manner, then number one, you must be really upset with Trump because a lot of those federal judiciary picks are literally his. And two, you're welcome to go through any of the charges that you want and say,
totally
hey,
not
this
even
guy,
understanding my argument.
I understand everything you're saying.
We
Trust
should
me, I have
probably
considered
move
this.
on.
You can
We
go through
really
any of the
should.
charges you want to say, hey, this charge is unfair, this charge is unfair. If it's not, then I hope that they beat it in court. All right.
Yeah, so do I, but I just want to make it clear for the record that
If
I
she's
think
gonna
that
go, I'm gonna go
anybody-
again, James. Just letting you know,
Excuse
we
me,
got it.
that anybody that violated anything, that anybody that broke any property or actually physically barged into the Capitol should absolutely 1,000% be arrested. They were my coworkers and my friends in there. Okay, my boss was in there. My friends were inside at the time, actually in the Capitol. And so, no, I think that that was horrendous. Do I think that there were a lot of people who, after the break-in happened, that just filtered in, thought they were like sightseeing or something? You should see there was like an 82-year-old grandma. I do not think that people like that 82-year-old grandma should be in jail for 6 months without a trial. I'm sorry.
If two people broke into your house, if two people broke
We
into your
must
house
move
and me
on.
and some friends wandered in afterwards to just kind of look around in your living room, would you be cool with that?
I'm telling you, the fact
Okay,
is,
I
is
didn't
that
think
they
so.
did not
Okay.
know that they were breaking in. There
They
were
had
so many
no,
people
they didn't
there.
see all the people around. They had no idea what was
Yeah,
going on. They
I'm
were just,
telling you they
that's
didn't.
amazing.
There
Okay,
were plenty
geez.
that
Let's move on to the next one. Okay, we're going to the next one. Thank you guys very much. Also, Bubblegum Gun says, despite cops not being racist, quote, law enforcement has to be racist because they enforce based on stats, and the stats show, despite making up 13%, etc., etc. Do you guys get
That's
that?
my argument, so I guess that's up to him.
Yeah, there's going to be some disproportionate enforcement based on the crime stats. I think that's totally fair. If 40% of 20% of the population is committing, like a large number of crimes, there's going to be more enforcement there. But just because somebody's committing more crime than another group doesn't mean that you can infinitely enforce harder on those people. That's why you just have to try to look at the data and contextualize everything. Like, is the level of enforcement fair based on the percentage of these people you'd expect to be committing the crimes? I'm not going to sit here and argue that it should be exactly the same across the board for every race, for every age. Like that would be ridiculous to do that. I would never make that argument.
You got it. Bubblegum Gun says police are to keep the classes in check, not safety.
It's a stupid lefty communist talking point. I don't know, this guy's a dumb.
Next, Will Stewart says, Destiny, can you provide a study or evidence that says Asian immigrants are wealthy when they arrive?
I didn't come with that number offhand. If you want to go and read on that, like immigration is something I've debated a ton of the past. That's like nobody would contest that. Nobody that spent any amount of time in California or any place in the United States where Asian people immigrate to would ever contest that. It's like such an obvious no-brainer. But if you're welcome to go and look up the stats of like the wealth that immigrants have entering this country, and you can do that on your own time. Or if you want, you can hop onto my stream. We can go look it up afterwards. Like this is just something that I never even would imagine I would need to provide evidence for. This is like me saying offhand that like men are more likely to do serious damage to women in a domestic violence situation versus women to men, and somebody like, you have a source for that? Can you source that? Like, no, I can't fucking source that. But I mean, like, this is so obviously true that somebody that immigrates like across the Pacific Ocean to come to the United States to send their kids to school is probably going to be more wealthy on average than the people that throw themselves over the fucking railings and kill themselves trying to build like Nokia phones for you. I thought that would be obvious, but maybe it's not. So next time I'll come with those numbers prepared.
Next up, Will Stewart says he's coming after you, Dusty. He says, as someone who lived in Asia for 13 years, wealthy classes in Asia do not immigrate. They stay because they are wealthy. The lower middle class immigrates as they can't move classes easily in Asia.
Wow, base. Well, if he's lived there for 13 years, I mean, he must be correct.
And Jonathan Kelso says...
Actually, holy shit, if wealthy Asian people moved over to the United States, why wouldn't just all of their leaders move over? Maybe every single wealthy Asian person should move to the United States. I didn't actually even think of that. My bad. I fucked up. That guy got me hard.
Jonathan, I love your comment. Says, James, great job on... Thanks for your kind words. Says, great job on keeping a neutral. Appreciate that. And then says, a reminder to your guests and fans of them or their position that the real winner of any debate is the audience who leaves having learned something new. So we appreciate that, Jonathan. Positivity, tremendous. And want to remind you that our guests are linked in the description. Raw Nakedness says, if surveys were unreliable and companies wouldn't, or if surveys were unreliable, then ad companies wouldn't pay millions of dollars for them. Lisa.
They're definitely helpful, but they are the least out of all of the because the way people self-report, people aren't always truthful in the way they self-report. They report kind of what they want to say or what they think is the right answer, and so because that's the type of data you're collecting, yes, it can be useful for trends by and large, but it is not. It is absolutely the least solid method of collecting data.
Just as a quick add-on to that, like self-report victimization surveys are literally one of the most important ways that we gather data about crime. I don't know if anybody understands it or not, but that's just the fact of like how we gather information related to crime.
LTD, thanks for your question, says the word racism itself is the most loosely defined and subjective concept in history. Any brand of activism leveled against it as a concept will inevitably lead to a witch hunt that will never end.
Yeah, I agree with that. If this conversation has shown one thing, I think that there are certain terms that liberals and leftists need to just fucking abandon completely. White privilege is one of those. Systemic racism is one of those. I think they need to find different words because as soon as any of these words are even quietly uttered, the other side is triggered out of its fucking mind, and the ability to have any conversation about it goes completely out the window. And to be fair to the right side, there are a lot of left-leaning people that when they hear these words, they do say a lot of stupid shit. You know what? I'm shouting at you a lot, Lisa. I don't even fully blame you because there are a lot of dumb fuck people on the left that will say shit like, oh, the police are systemically racist, and that means every single fucking police officer is a racist piece of shit. So you know what? I'm actually in favor of retiring most of these words because they don't do the job anymore. They cause more divisiveness than they do explanation, and fuck it, and it just leads to a lot of problems. So
High
yeah.
five to that. I'll agree with you on that. There you go.
Juicy and Factitionalist Network says, have the debaters touched on the history of the, quote, the war on drugs, unquote, laws that are currently on the books regarding racist intent?
Lisa brought this up earlier. I don't like arguing too much because people go fucking crazy about it, but I personally don't believe that the major driving force behind a lot of the war on drugs stuff was just people hating black people. I think that there were a lot of black leaders in the 90s that saw their communities getting fucking destroyed by crack cocaine. There weren't neighborhoods being fucking destroyed by powder cocaine, and that's the shit that they decided to target. Nowadays, we look at a lot of the sentencing laws, and we look at the three-strike policies, and we look at the 93 crime bill, and we just see a bunch of racism. But at the time, in the 90s, that's not how people saw it, especially people in the black community. So I'm not going to argue that like the war on drugs started with racist intentions, but I think if you look at how it's ended up, it seems like it's just kind of fucking over black people for literally no reason, so we should dump most of that shit. That's how I view it, at least in terms of the 93 crime bill. I know the war on drugs is like part of this.
You got it. And then Sunflower says, Destiny, if the, quote, hit rate in Stop and Frisk was heavily skewed towards the black and Hispanic people, would it still be systemic racism?
Good question.
Was that to me or?
You, yeah.
Was that the question? Was if the crime rates are skewed towards them, would
I can read it verbatim.
Yeah, read it.
It said, quote, if the hit rate, quote unquote, in stop and frisk was heavily skewed towards the black and Hispanic people, would it still be systemic racism?
No, if the hit rate was higher, then it makes sense. So this is complicated math to explain, but if you have a 10% hit rate between 3 different groups of people, then you'd expect to try to hit these groups of people in equal numbers. So if I think I've got a 10% chance of finding some illegal shit, I'm probably going to go after these groups roughly evenly. If there's like a 50% hit rate on certain groups of people, I would expect to hit them more. When you enact something like stop and frisk, you're expecting that there's going to be a higher hit rate. That's why your police officers need to be able to make these Terry stops if they have a reasonable suspicion. Not probable cause, just a reasonable suspicion. They should be able to stop people, and you would expect that they get higher hit rates if you're relying on their intuition. When you look at the data behind stop and frisk, it seems like that's not what happened. It was more or less just whoever you fucking stopped, you had about it was like a 1 to 3% chance of finding some shit, whether they were white, black, or Hispanic, but they stopped a whole lot more black and Hispanic people, whether it was because they were in those neighborhoods or not. That's how it ended up playing out.
You got it. NM, thanks to yours, says, get a JW, we'll ask him. And Harley Quinn says, Lisa, which peer review studies relating to the topic are biased, quote unquote, as you said earlier?
I mean, I can pull out like regular studies. There's none on the top of my head that I'm like picking out. I can't think of like, there's been a lot of studies that have been done. I mean, with all kinds of like drug companies, and look at the sugar studies they've done, and it was influenced by lobbyists and things like that. I mean, there's all kinds of studies that have been influenced by external factors where they manipulate data, and the best thing, and that's why I think the best thing to do is look at raw data. I mean, just look at sugar consumption and how, or the tobacco industry, or any other of these other industries. I mean, it happens across the board where people, take data and they manipulate it in a study to what they want, and then they peer review it, and it's like, yeah, it's fine. Like, that's not really how it works. It's better to take raw data and all. Like there's also like lying by omission and commission, and so sometimes they will take the data and they'll leave out a part that they found, or they'll, leave out a couple parts, and then they'll write the study not listing all the information they have. So when I see it, like when I'm talking about looking at studies, I want to know what all the data was. I want to see the raw data and see which ones they cherry picked to write the analysis of the data.
You got it. And then thanks for this question from Stacy Flores. Says, great job, girl. You're crowned the winner. Thanks, Destiny. Hope you learned something. Enjoyed the debate. Okay.
I'm learning, don't worry.
Ron Nakedness says, does Lisa still think that political affiliation correlates with physical attractiveness?
Oh, I didn't say that. I just retweeted somebody who's being nice. That's all. So that's not funny. But no, I actually don't. I don't think so.
Next up, Chris Avalone. Good to see you. It says, Destiny.
He hates me.
Says Destiny, Cambridge, and the top, in parentheses, definition of systemic racism only requires racist results, not intent.
Okay. No.
Am I supposed to respond to that? But I mean,
that's clearly his position's clearly not mine. So.
Next
okay,
up,
good for you.
JC93013 says Destiny, opinion on upcoming God of War.
I didn't even play the last one, so I have no idea.
They want to know what your thoughts are, how optimistic you are about the new God of War.
I'm somewhat optimistic, having not played the last one and having not even heard of this one. I'll go with that one. Okay? I have no idea.
You got it, P Barnes. P Barnes, appreciate your question. Says, question for Destiny: with the current scare campaigns against CRT, do you see any other solutions to reform? Seems like education would be the best starting point.
I want to answer this one.
Would education be the best starting point to counter the systemic injustices? Is that what you're saying?
I guess.
My brain is a little fried from all.
I think they mean with everybody trying to, with some people trying to, they're saying scare people about CRT to try to say that CRT is dangerous and look out. They're saying, do you see any solutions?
If you want to do anything with CRT, you gotta rebrand it because that's conservative fucking kryptonite.
Real quick though, if anybody does want to look at a study that was successful from Libya, Innovation for Poverty Action did a CBT and cash donations one in Libya. That was very interesting and would be a really good, I think, way to start tackling this problem. So there's that.
You got it. Thank you very much. And Tyler Cates says, have Lisa explain the difference between raw data, studies, and her opinions of raw data.
All right. So all I'm saying is if you, a lot of times these studies, like I said before, they, admit or they omit or they hyper focus in on some forms of the data. And that's why I'm just saying that with the studies you have, with any study that you read, the best thing to do is to ask for, which they usually should provide, all of the raw data to make sure that when you're looking at the studies that some portion wasn't omitted or were not skewed to mean something else. And so all I'm saying is that, look at the raw data and then make sure that you're putting all the pieces in. And so that's why I was telling him earlier, when you're looking at these stop and frisk, what neighborhood did they happen? What is the data on how many people were in a certain area? What was the demographics of that area? That's all numbers that should be taken into account. You just can't say that okay, well, that's the hit rate. You have to get all of the raw data and make sure that it's being interpreted correctly.
You got it. And thank you very much for your question. This one coming in from Rumpley Depew says, Destiny saying that whites and blacks smoke pot and use drugs at similar rate, but that more blacks are in prison is a bad argument. And they say people are rarely in prison for smoking pot, and incarceration is from selling and RICO charges.
That's a really cool story, but well, if he says it's a bad point, then I guess I'm just defeated. Good, congratulations.
This one coming in from Long Night's YouTube and says there are factions in many police departments whose sole purpose is to stop and kill Black and Hispanic people. Gangs, in fact. In LA, they are called banditos.
Okay.
Am I saying that right?
That's news to me. I don't know if that.
All right. So what that person is saying, these gangs are, Black or Hispanic, and the police target them. Well, they don't target them because of the color of their skin. They target them because they're in a gang and they're doing criminal activity. So I guess that's how you look at that. But they're not doing it because they're Black or Latino. They're doing it because they're in these gangs.
Since you live in Los Angeles, Steven, is banditos a word that people use there?
I stay inside and I play video games all day. If there are gangs here, I'm really fucking far away from them, so I have no fucking idea.
So less people are being stopped and frisked in your neighborhood then?
Probably, yeah.
Probably, okay.
Tyler Kate says, my question from before, please. I must have missed that. Oh, well, let's see. Oh, okay, we got that one. Next up, thanks for your question. Rumpley Depew says, Destiny went full Vosh. Never go full Vosh.
Uh-oh.
Then Stephen Michael says, racism has to be excluded from federal laws for decades. Obviously, how can you lower police presence in these cities and raise people of color quality of life with criminality rapidly inclining without them?
Are you asking what do you do when there's a disproportionate race of people committing crimes or something? What?
Oh, I think they're saying if you remove police presence, if you start to reduce it in communities.
We've tried to do that after the BLM defund the police bullshit, and every city that has tried to reduce. Nobody wants the police to be gone. The only people that want police gone are literally white kids from the suburbs on Twitter that shitpost all day and never go out of their fucking house. So that's a horrible fucking idea. Most of the ideas that people argue for in relation to the police require an increase of funding. So if you want more training, if you want body cams, if you want whatever mental health, you need more funding for. People that argue that shit are brain dead, or they're not brain dead. Actually, they don't have to live in places where they ever need police to be called to. So.
Correct. I agree, Destiny.
You got it, Juicy. Several more here. Let me just catch up and find this last one. Monolithic Ethos says Blacks and Latinos are more likely to smoke cannabis outside or in public than whites. Also, great job, Lisa.
Thank you.
Cool.
I think that's maybe why I think they're trying to imply. Maybe you already understood it, Stephen. What they're getting.
Yeah,
at.
the idea is that there are these like other types of causative factors for why black. So like maybe black people and white people smoke it at the same rate, but black people smoke it more
out in the open or in their car.
I don't know if that's true, but even if I were to say that was the case, that it was true, that's still an argument for getting rid of those crimes, because I think anything related to weed is bullshit. So if more black people are getting hit on weed shit related to white people, then that's another reason to get rid of it. Like, I just don't see weed as being a thing that needs to be made illegal in the United States.
Gotcha. And a long story short says, how does this guy, I assume they mean you, Stephen, say define the Brett Kavanaugh hearings?
How do I define the Kavanaugh hearings?
Yeah, I get, maybe they're just, what's your take on it?
Those happened a long time ago. There were people that, was it the Elizabeth woman that came forward with the accusations relating to the impropriety in high school or college? That was a long time. I don't remember the details of that shit. I don't know what he's asking me. Do I think that Kavanaugh was like a high school or college like sexual assault or a rapist or whatever? Maybe. I don't know. I don't think we got all the hearings out of that, but maybe we would have otherwise, because I think there were a lot of blocks put in place to keep that from happening, but I don't really think about it or care about it much anymore. Like, it's...
Gotcha. And they also said, I think it's for you, Lisa, that people forced themselves, got into the Capitol and got into the chambers during in session.
Well, correct, and I think that those people should be arrested. There were those who did, but you have to understand that there was like a mass crowd of lots of people, and when they saw, after people had broken into these certain doors, like there's lots of doors, like there was one on the Senate side, there was one on the south side, the north side, and certain doors there was a lot of unrest. In other places, there were the cops who did not, to their defense, like they didn't have enough manpower and they didn't want to get trampled. So instead of trying to push them and lock them out, they open the doors and you get like the first 100 people in there and they're like, oh, they're letting us in. We're allowed to protest. And there's been also like tapes and things like that. Like, I don't agree with what you're doing, but come on in. Like there, you can see that there's been some evidence that not all the people understood that it was a legit by the time that they got there, because he wasn't even done speaking when the break-in started. But by the time he was done speaking, which is a 20-minute walk from the Ellipse, those people didn't know that that happened originally. And so, you know, the first barrier was a fence, and then that was down, and then they went up, and then they went up again. So there was lots of people that didn't understand that it was an actual break-in, and there's only so many people that could physically do damage anyway. So the people that did damage should absolutely be arrested. I mean, there was no reason for that. No, I never condone violence. I think it's terrible. 100% against that. I mean, like I said, it was my friends and coworkers in that building. I think it was horrendous. But there's also some people who, you know, got caught up in things. Now, do I think that they should probably have a misdemeanor charge? Sure. Do I think that they should be held in prison for months? Probably not.
There's a skit where Dave Chappelle is talking about his white friend Chip, and his friend is drunk, he's high, they're driving down the street, and they get pulled over by the cops, and Chip is like, watch this is how I get out of problems as a white person. And Dave is scared shitless. He's like, oh fuck, what are you gonna do? And the cop comes to the window, and Chip goes, I didn't know, I couldn't do that. And he gets off scot-free. That was like that version of that story is what I just heard. In terms of, well, they walked into the broken-in Capitol building. They had no idea they couldn't be there. There were cops and rioters fucking everywhere, and people were crazy, but they didn't know. That's just very funny to me. I'm sorry.
I'm not saying that ignorance for laws is an excuse, because clearly it isn't. I'm just saying that the amount of time that people have been held that have been arrested for the level of what they have done is completely astronomically different compared to what happened with the BLM riots and how they have been turned out and how politicians have been saying they're going to bail them out and there was funds set up for them. I mean, you can't say that that's the same as what's happening. You just can't. It is if they brought it to a higher level for political optics than anything else.
If I'm being like, and this is just the thing that just breaks my fucking mind, and it's why I don't. This fucking country is doomed because of you guys, the Trumples. You will never admit this, but if what happened on January 6th would have been Antifa, I legitimately think we would be in civil war right now. I think that assuming Republicans could get to their gun safes and carry their rifles outside without dropping dead from heart attacks because of diabetes or whatever, I legitimately think we would be in a civil war. That's how upset all the people on the right would be over Antifa breaking into the Capitol building. But because it was white, MAGA hat wearing, red-blooded, good old boy Americans, it's like, know, well, maybe
mean, you
some
don't
of them
think
didn't know.
that-
I would bet my life on it, and I know I would be.
You don't
correct
think
if they
that white Trump supporters didn't care that that BLM and Antifa were like trashing their cities over and over again all summer
They
long?
did care. That's
If
why there were
that's-
14,000 arrests related to it.
Okay, but I think that people would be like MAGA people would be more up in arms about your neighborhood, your own city, you know, Walnut Street in Philadelphia getting burned down than they would care about.
Well, a lot of them didn't have to worry about it because a lot of the people that went to those riots probably didn't live in cities with any black people in them anyway, so they didn't have to
That's
worry
not
about any
true.
riots or
That's not
marches.
true at all. I mean, that's not even remotely true. My brother and his sister were, my brother and my sister-in-law were hiding in their house because they were bombing ATMs on Walnut Street. And he lives a block away. I mean, that's not true at all. Not even remotely true. I guess you don't understand the demographics of Center City, but where they were rioting.
I understand the demographics of the United States very well, and rural communities tend to go far more red than metropolitan communities. You don't even disagree with this. I don't know why you're arguing with me on this point. There are way more Republicans that live.
City, Philadelphia. Philadelphia is very large and sprawling. We're talking about this. You're saying no white people live there. That's absolutely where they rioted in Philadelphia.
Okay.
Absolutely 100%
Let
white
me
people
amend my statement. There are indeed white people that live near black people in the United States. If you're a Republican, you're more likely not to be one of those white people. That's all I was saying. If you really want to disagree with that, we can look at.
You let them out,
I'm
Dad.
willing. Yeah, okay. Because I'm sure that even you retweeted a map of this is Trump's America, where 95% of the area is red, and that's because in rural areas there are far more Republicans than Democrats.
Correct.
I didn't think that would be there. Okay. I don't know why that's a
not an
controversial
issue.
statement
I'm saying
then. Okay.
you said white people don't live there. That's not true. You should have said white Republicans maybe, and then that would have been true.
Well, my guess is based on what I've seen of white Democrats, they probably welcome the violence because they bow down and worship everything BLM does anyway. So I'm guessing the people that are more likely to complain probably weren't generally in those communities. But I'm speaking in generalities. It might be the case. I don't know about your brother and sister. Maybe they're Republicans and they lived in a cosmopolitan area or a non-cosmopolitan area that had BLM marches. I'm sorry for not being able to speak to those lived experiences, okay?
I'm just saying. They're still there.
Okay.
Next up, Harley Quinn says, Destiny, what about the link between early marijuana laws and Mexican immigration that you forgot to mention?
What about?
Wait, can you repeat that?
He said, Destiny, what about the link between early marijuana laws and Mexican immigration that you forgot to mention?
Well, I didn't forget to mention. I just don't know anything about it. I didn't come here to argue about early marijuana laws. Is the implication that they were passed because of Mexican people, or I don't know? That might be the case.
Related to that.
Maybe.
I think that might be. So Factitionalist Network also says, why assess the intent of the war on drugs based on the 93 crime bill? Why not the earlier legislation from the 70s?
For the 8th time, when I talk about systemic racism, I'm not looking at the intentionality of any legislation being crafted. And I focus on the 93 crime bill because that's like the most familiar piece of legislation that I know about, and I'm more familiar with the time period on that. Starting the war on drugs back in the 70s and all that, I'm not as familiar about all the conditions of the time there. It's not something I prepared for. I could go and read more on it, but I don't know. I'm not confident enough about anything in that era to tell you why people passed the laws that they did then.
You got it. And Tabor Snapping says, DGG wants to know, how tall are you, Lisa? Who is DGG?
I don't know who that is, but I'm 5'11".
I didn't hear the first part.
I don't know who that person is, but I'm 5'11" for anybody.
Gotcha. Steven, do you know who DGG is? Is that one of your friends?
I think, it's something that gets spammed a lot on Twitch. It might come from XQC's community, but
I don't know what it means.
Amazing. Tyler Cates, thanks for your question. And Stacy Flores, thanks for yours. Says, great points on the war on drugs, Destiny. You didn't win, but you're still a winner. And Anamorphic Mind, poor Destiny. So Anamorphic Mind says, sorry, Destiny. Bosch won this debate. And John Lee, is it John Leaks? Thanks for your question. Says, Destiny, why do you go so hard against lefties but hold back against righties, especially when they're conservative women like Lauren Southern and Lisa?
I think that I go hard enough on the people that I need to go hard on. I think I've been nice to plenty of people on the left. I don't know why people think I'm only mean to people on the left, but that guy sounds like an ass mad commie.
Next up, Long Nights YouTube, it says, what I am saying is that banditos are the police. This is a huge investigation right now. They're brutalizing Black and Hispanic people. It's a police gang.
Wow, that's some crazy shit. We need to look into that immediately.
Man,
this guy sounds like he cares a lot. I don't know. I don't think either of us know anything about the banditos or whatever. So I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to say about it. Sounds like a horrible thing. I hope they address that particular issue that you care a lot about, young sir or ma'am.
Manny004 says, sorry, Destiny, but Sid from Ice Age won this debate. And then Will Stewart says, Destiny, I'd love to talk to you about the misnomer of Asian immigrants being quote-unquote wealthy. I think the concept is based in Western superiority that assumes wealthy Asians find value in Western life.
Wow. I'll make sure to head over to the Hoppa forums afterwards and find that guy, okay?
Juicy. And let me see if we've got any last ones. We've got Tyler Cates, thanks for your question, says, can Lisa count the stars on that flag without turning her head? I don't, is there a flag?
13.
I don't even see it.
It's the Betsy Ross flag.
Oh. Next, Bubblegum Gun says, Lisa, let's see, pretty and Destiny not. Lisa, let me slide into your DMs. Nasty guy. Long Nights YouTube and says they blasted tear gas at BLM in front of what church for Trump? BLM and Antifa would have gotten murdered if they stormed the Capitol. This is a fact.
They had tear gas at the Capitol, plenty of it.
But they explicitly did not. That's why they had to wait like 5 hours for it to be brought in.
You didn't notice, like, Richie McGinnis had, who was a reporter, had tear gas all in his face. The people that I actually got some of their footage from was this elderly couple who were walking down the stairs because he was so heavily tear gassed. I said, were you inside? He said, yes. And I got my footage from them. I mean, there were plenty of people that were extraordinarily tear gassed over and over
maybe
again.
tear gassed by the rioters themselves, but I mean, like,
Cooper Camp 06
you can listen to
said,
the recordings of the police calling for backup. You can go and watch all the footage. I don't know what you watched, but initially the police were not prepared to deal.
Is
Police
were
not
was wearing a face mask.
Police were not
recording it the whole thing.
prepared for that. Pepper spray maybe, but not tear gas. That riot gear wasn't brought in until well after that, well after the invasion and
The
everything.
initial break was at like around 1 o'clock, I believe, and then it was brought in later. But it was absolutely deployed when they had it. And
yeah,
we
afterwards.
Had been having,
yes, afterwards. Pepper spray and
But-
tear gas are
but
two
guys,
different things.
To be
though.
fair,
Yeah.
there was constant protest with Antifa over and over and over again for multiple days at a time in Washington, D.C., so that they got to be prepared when it was finally deployed. After they burnt the church down, the tear gas was deployed the next day.
Link the Biden speech real quick.
I call on President Trump to go on national television now to fulfill his oath and defend the Constitution and demand an end to this siege, to storm the Capitol, to smash windows, to occupy offices, the floor of the United States Senate, rummaging through desks, on the Capitol, on the House of Representatives, threatening the safety of duly elected officials. It's not protest, it's insurrection.
Isn't it the 25th Amendment? Doesn't that have to do with like the president is like sick or something, or like like loses his mind or something? Like yeah, unable to do his duty. I don't think that the cabinet can vote to remove him. That unable holds a lot of weight. Yeah. When you say Trump is refusing to do his duty right now, I mean like spiritually, or like what's in the idea of being the United States president. I mean, I would of course agree, but like in terms of like, does he actually have like a constitutional duty to talk down protesters protesting on his behalf if he feels he's lost? Or like it gets a lot more hazy, right? I don't know. Oh my God, this is a banger tweet. Holy shit. Stop this bullshit right now. Reaping sucks. Make it stop. I'm gonna go back to sewing. Hindsight is 20. Now, technically, 2020 doesn't refer to both eyes, but this is still a banger fucking tweet. All right. We got a Trump tweet coming in hot.
I know you're hurt. We had an election that was stolen from us. It was a landslide election.
What a fucking moron.
And everyone knows it. We have to have peace. So go home. We love you. You're very special. You've seen what happens. You see the way others are treated that are so bad and so evil. I know how you feel. But go home and go home in peace.
Can somebody give me the link to the end of his last rally? Because people were saying that at the end of his last rally, he was literally directing people to go march on Capitol Hill. I'm curious if he actually said that. I just want to hear that if that's the case. Because if so...
My fellow Americans, for our movement, for our children, and for our beloved country. And I say this, despite all that's happened, the best is yet to come. So we're going to walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. I love Pennsylvania Avenue. And we're going to the Capitol, and we're going to try and give, the Democrats are hopeless. They're never voting for anything. Not even one vote. But we're going to try and give our Republicans, the weak ones, because the strong ones don't need any of our help, we're going to try and give them the kind of pride and boldness that they need to take back our country. So let's walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. I want to thank you all. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you all for being here. This is incredible. Thank you very much.
I know that like the chains of command are complicated, or maybe not. How are you not ready for this? I'm so curious what the failure was today at the Capitol that they weren't ready for.
Sir, what is your name?
That they weren't ready for this, knowing there was a Trump rally 2 miles away. Like, do you not think they just didn't think they would go this far? I don't understand why you wouldn't have like full fucking like riot gear, tear gas. Like, who cares what you think? Like this, if there was any time to take precautions about like shit like this happening, it seems like it would be now, right? What are you supposed to do with 1,000 people pushing into the building? Most part of, yeah, I'm not sure. I guess I don't know what the, yeah, I'm not sure. Trump called the National Guard though. The National Guard should have been here, okay, yesterday. Like,
misinformation seriously.
we have protesters storming the fucking Capitol building. That's insane, guys.
Only these people worked as hard for themselves as they do for Trump now.
People. The acting Secretary of Defense acknowledging that he and the Joint Chiefs Chairman did not discuss deploying the National Guard with President Trump, or rather with Vice President Pence and congressional
scuffed tonight.
Chairman Milley and I just spoke separately with the Vice President, with Speaker Pelosi, Leader McConnell, Senator Schumer, and Representative Hoyer about the situation at the U.S. Capitol. We have fully activated the D.C. National Guard to assist federal and law enforcement as they work to peacefully address the situation. We are prepared to provide additional support as necessary and appropriate as requested by local authorities. Our people are sworn to defend the Constitution and our democratic form of government, and they will act accordingly. Trump's been sowing incompetence in the DoD for 4 years, probably a culmination of incompetence and pro-Trump military officials. It just doesn't make sense.
I don't know.
So just for an update, so today was the day that the election results, all the electors are certifying, or Congress is certifying the election results from the Electoral College. There's this weird conspiracy that isn't even possible, but there's this weird conspiracy that Pence potentially has the ability to just lie about the vote count. People are memeing that, like, well, not memeing. People unironically believe that Pence could just lie about the votes, that he could just say like, oh, here's a Dominion voting machine, LOL, I counted it, and Trump wins, and that nobody would have the power to overrule that. People like Trump actually believed this. Trump unironically believed this, that Pence could just lie about the vote counts and that Trump would become the president and no one could say anything. This is like their last hope. I don't know if this is QAnon shit or where this comes from, but after Pence didn't do this, or Pence, I guess, signaled that he wasn't going to just lie about the votes, Trump tweeted out that, like, you know, fuck Pence, he didn't help us. And then after his rally this morning, he told people after the rally, like, all right, let's go march on fucking Capitol Hill. Let's see if we can bully some of these weak Republicans into, I don't know what, filibustering the election, or I don't know. I can't even imagine what he could think the Republican senators can do, or anybody can do at this point. I don't know. I have no idea. Like, they can't do anything. He lost the election. They lost in the courts. They lost in the Supreme Court. They lost in the voting booth. They've just lost the election. I don't know what they could possibly do at this point, or what Trump thinks they could do. Did you expect it to get this bad? I mean, if I would have known there was a Trump rally this morning, like, yeah. I don't understand. I don't understand how they weren't more prepared. I'm so confused. Where are they going? What are they gonna do?
Maybe I'm just jaded by all the protests and riots this year. But this seems pretty normal for a protest. Am I just black-pilled, or does anyone else think this is pretty tame?
Well, it is now that people have been removed from the fucking Capitol building. But prior to that, no, it was pretty insane.
That's just a way to test things. Where are we going? We are here. Check the security officers too, but they locked that door. Excuse me, sir. What do you think of boomers? What do you think of boomers? Fuck boomers!
I don't even know who is on whose side anymore.
Same side. They're trying to fucking stop us. Fuck boomers. They signed NAFTA. They allowed Mexicans to come here en masse. They allowed the 60s and 70s immigration control. They allowed everyone to come in here. They
Hard seller. Ooh, there's a Fuentes fan in the background.
made it. They hog buildings. They hog houses. They hog boats. They're fucking greedy pieces of shit. Fuck boomers. One bullet for every fucking boomer. Day of the pillow, motherfucker.
Holy shit.
Open up.
A pro-Trump Stop the Steal March is being held right now in Tokyo. Why? Is it a meme? Oh, fucking Tiffany Trump fucking posting a happy birthday to her fucking brother. Happy birthday! Like an hour ago. God damn. That timing. How did the people get through? Like, what did the police do to stop them? I don't know what the fuck the planning was for this, but they just were absolutely not ready for this. They did not have anywhere near the number of, like, federal agents on hand. Federal? Would you call National Guard federal agents? Or since they're state entities? I don't know how you refer to them. They needed, like, National Guard, like, before anything happened. They super dropped the ball on all of this. I don't know how. I don't know how they were so ill-prepared. Stop saying, how many times do I have to bring up the same fucking point? The DOD did deny them the use of the National Guard. I'm not talking about the National Guard request fucking 1 hour after the building's already been fucking breached. I'm talking about like days beforehand. This shit should have been arranged. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about a request made while while the inbreds are fucking storming the fucking Capitol. I'm saying like before, this should have been set up like way beforehand. Do you think calling it a coup is useful optics, even if it's not technically true? I mean, like, it's not really a coup, but you should probably call it a coup because people are trying to overthrow like a democratically elected leader.
Pepe always wins.
Don't mischaracterize me. I'm just saying, if the election fraud actually happened, I'd personally find this to be a justified riot. I was wondering if Destiny felt the same. They have gone through the appropriate channels. Love him or hate him, Trump is justified in challenging whatever the fuck he wants in our courts. That's what our courts are for. They went through the courts and they lost. Time to pack it up and get the fuck out. You lost. That's it. You packed your own federal courts with conservative picks. You packed your own Supreme Court, not court packing, but like you have your own Supreme Court picks on your federal circuits, on your Supreme Court, and you still lost. It's time to pack it up and leave. There is no fraud. Sorry, it's gone. There's no fraud. They couldn't find any. None of the videos, none of the affidavits, none of the bullshit QAnon claims, none of the crazy fucking bullshit that anybody's talking about ended up panning out when a judge actually looked at the evidence.
Coopercamp 06 said,
I know
anyone in chat mod check.
If the fraud was proven, then we'd have a whole other problem. If fraud was proven and the courts were like not doing anything about it, then yeah, of course. Destiny forgets that BLM burned half the country. I'm not forgetting BLM burned half the country. First of all, half the country, that's a lot of shit to burn that they missed, okay? Number two, I'm not forgetting that. I literally just said that when BLM people were like attacking certain buildings, that cops were backed up and some of them were like in lobbies and shit as well. So but that's why I said specifically, I don't know what standard operating procedure is for stuff like this. Everybody likes to pretend that they could fucking come in and go like the no Russians mission of Call of Duty and just clear all this shit out. But in reality, I'm sure there's like a complicated chain of command and a complicated set of considerations when it comes to like dealing with protesters. Like, what if you shoot 1 or 2 people? Like, okay, I'm bullshitting. Like, not bullshitting. Hold on. I'm just following hypotheticals here because I could be totally wrong. I just don't know. And these are things that maybe they consider that maybe we don't consider, right? What if when people come into the building, what if there's only like 100 people that are willing to go into the building? And then they come in, and then you say, if you come further, we shoot. And then you shoot, there's 100 people there, whatever. What if you're all the way at the entrance where there are thousands of people? And then you say, if you come in and we'll shoot, we shoot. Maybe there's a way higher potential that if you shoot right at the entrance and one person goes down, thousands of people start swarming in because they're enraged and then they see somebody die. Maybe these are considerations that are taken into account when it comes to crowd control and holding like perimeters like this. I don't know if that's true or not. I'm just saying that there's probably a lot of considerations that go into stuff like this. Like, not sure if I'm misunderstanding or you're misunderstanding me. I understand what Destiny's position is. I just think it's a bit hypocritical that he's denouncing rioting in this instance. I'm denouncing rioting in that I do not agree with the cause they are rioting for, but I'm not denouncing the concept of rioting. Is that really that hard to understand? Like, I support people's right to protest, and I support people's rights to riot against public institutions, even like the Capitol building. It's like, it's a very, very, very powerful form of sending a message to Washington, right? Like, this kind of stuff is like very important, arguably, to like American freedom. But that doesn't mean I have to support everything that people are, all the causes that people riot for. I think that in this case, these people are rioting to destroy our democracy, which is oddly ironic, I guess.
Oh, Benorian, you're gonna miss it. It's almost done.
Damn, Trump's Twitter account getting temporarily suspended. Do you think Trump is worried he's gonna get banned from Twitter on the 21st?
Whatever she was
Oh
shot.
no. Can you not agree with the sentiment that people are angry that there is no hard pushback, even this late? But I agree with you, people are turning this into bizarre. What hard pushback? Listen, I don't know what hard pushback you're waiting for. Or what do you expect? Dusty, do you think the Dems should pursue action to make a lot of the White House norms that Trump broke and make them into law? Hopefully, yeah, maybe, yeah. But I don't even know where that process would begin. I don't know constitutionally where those powers flow from. I don't know what would have to happen in the Congress or the Supreme Court. Like, to be clear, without begging the question, do you believe there was a difference outside of the unpreparedness and in treatment between these rioters and the BLM rioters? And what do you think the reason why that is? I don't know. I haven't seen enough. I mean, how many people at the end of the day are going to be arrested from this versus any of the BLM protests? I'm not sure.
Oh, why don't you go move to the Confederacy? Oh, wait, it's not a country anymore. I'm ignorant? You're supporting a country that doesn't exist anymore.
Your grandpa probably fought in the Confederacy.
Actually, honey, he fought for the Union. I come from a line of winners. Sorry, sugar. And you know what? He came from right here in Weatherford. He had the balls to move north and fight. Oh, I'm so sorry yours didn't. I guess that's why you voted for Trump. You come from a long line of losers, don't you?
Jesus Christ. You missed a caller blaming Antifa? Yeah, that's running around right now on a lot of social media. Some guy earlier on fucking Instagram. I don't know who the fuck any of these people are. Remember, Antifa openly planned to dress as Trump supporters and cause chaos today. Propaganda is real. This is from Rogan O'Handley. I don't know who the fuck this guy is. Do these look like Trump supporters or leftist agitators disguised as Trump supporters? Like, Jesus. My grandma and mom think it was Antifa today. Nice. Wait, I just realized that I'm so stupid. I used to criticize things like, I remember like The Walking Dead and stuff. I used to say like, oh, it's so dumb. Like there's fucking zombies everywhere, but it's all just like politics and shit. Like, wouldn't the focus of this show, isn't it supposed to be on like the zombies? Like, why does nobody care about that in the later seasons? But I guess like a virus like that rages for more than 3 months is gonna get boring. So people just turn to politics anyway. Like we literally like, we don't even give a fuck about coronavirus shit anymore. We're just like talking politics. Like no one cares. Like half these motherfuckers could be dead in 2 weeks, but they don't really give a fuck about it. So I guess maybe it makes sense. Maybe that's how the real world works.
Just to enforce power. It's all about control, all of it. None of these people are actually concerned about a pandemic or a virus. Give me a break. Tell you what, if this were like the movie The Stand and people really were dropping dead, there wouldn't be this ability to have this much order to where we're looking at like 1984 authoritarianism right here. Things would be chaos.
Nobody on Trump's side that has any brains would have done that because they know this is part of the process. So it was probably some agent provocateurs that were slipped in, and then some people that were misguided or just thought, oh, this is what we're doing? Okay, let's follow them. And went and breached. It wasn't a siege. Whatever they did.
Well, Kalita, if that was the case, why did the president say to those people that they need to be peaceful and that they need to go home?
Because if he doesn't, he'll be crucified. Whatever he does, he'll be crucified in the media. That's why, because y'all are biased, and it's obvious. I can watch a speech, 2 seconds later, turn on the TV, and hear something that did not happen. When I watch it, I'm not stupid. I'm an educated person. I was in the military, 2 branches of the military. I was an officer with the 101st Airborne, served in Iraq. You can't tell me what I'm watching is not what I see. It's calm there. Look at the video right now. Are there people there burning things?
Well, the complex has been cleared now, and if you're watching speeches, remarks on C-SPAN, you'll see them in their entirety, without interruption and without analysis. Mike Mamuli, a political reporter, tweets out a quote from a statement from President George W. Bush. This is how election results are disputed in a banana republic, not our democratic republic. I'm appalled by the reckless behavior of some political leaders since the election.
On one hand, I want to get mad at Trump for not saying, or I want to get mad at Bush for not saying Trump's name. But on another hand, it's not just Trump.
What?
It is a lot of the Republican leaders. Oh man, based neoliberal post. A lot going wrong today, but at least Trump supporters have finally worked out that building a wall doesn't work.
Certainly there were people...
In consultation with Leader Hoyer and Whip Clyburn, and after calls from the Pentagon, the Justice Department, and the Vice President, we've decided we should proceed tonight to the Capitol once it is cleared for use. Today, a shameful assault was made on our democracy. It was anointed highest level of government. Cannot, however, deter us from responsibility.
I wasn't even subbed to you.
Congress is back. We always knew that we'd be part of history in a positive way. Today, despite ill-founded objections to the Electoral College vote, we will now be part of history. Such a shameful picture of our country is put out to the world, instigated at the highest level. Today, January 6th, the Feast of Epiphany. What is the fuck is that? Is that some Catholic holiday, or what does that mean?
Do you know how many objections they got through before they did it? They didn't get through any, right?
Wait, I thought they got through like 2 or 3, didn't they? Like they got through a few votes? It's 3 Kings Day? Oh, people are saying they started 1. They were on the first, okay.
So here's the question. Do you think they'll keep going and challenging the other ones? Or do you think they'll just say fuck it and get it done? Like Holly and all these other dudes.
I don't know. Good question. 2 states and 1 objection to a state. How long do they have to sit and listen to the objection?
2 hours each.
Jesus. Damn, it's gonna look real bad to do objections now, maybe, yeah? The lady that got shot was trying to crawl through a window to get into some hallway that I'm assuming she was supposed to be in. I saw there's another angle of you. Have you seen the video of the shooting? Do you think it was justified? I think so, only if there was like a VIP in the door. They literally said, don't come in the hallway, and the lady crawls through the fucking window, dude. I have very, very, very low sympathy in a video game for anybody like that. I'm not saying they should have started shooting people like in the main room, but like, I'm surprised they let anybody into the fucking building, period. Like, I could have seen them holding at the front of the building, period. But I know that like for other protests, for like BLM shit or whatever, there have been other state houses where people like made it into the entrance. I remember watching the one where people were throwing in like the gas bombs and the police were backed up on the stairs and shit. So I don't know what SOP is for stuff like this. I don't know what you're supposed to do for crowd control, especially when they have such a limited number of officers.
All day you've been bombarded with images.
7 minutes of this fucking moron talking.
Of what has taken place in Washington. Too little time has been spent thinking about why. Anyone who's trying to understand the significance of what's going on right now ought to watch the video of the woman who was shot inside the U.S. Capitol this afternoon. In the footage, which we're not going to show you because it's too upsetting, but you can find it on the internet, the woman is standing in a hallway right off the House floor at the center of the Capitol building. She appears to be in her 20s. She's got...
Wait, this isn't going to show people dying, right? Said it was too upsetting.
An American flag tied around her neck. The scene around her is chaotic. People are bumping into each other, yelling, trying to get through the door into the Senate chamber. Suddenly, with no warning, there is gunfire. You hear a shot, and the woman falls. She's been hit with a bullet. Seems like the neck could be the chest. Apparently, it was fired by someone in law enforcement. People in the hallway scream. The camera closes in on the woman's face. She looks stunned.
I can't believe they shot me for breaking it. You know what? I bet she was stunned. You know what she was probably thinking in her final moments? God damn, why am I so fucking stupid? What the fuck did I think was gonna happen if I stormed the fucking Capitol building? I'm actually a fucking lunatic.
She's staring straight ahead, unblinking. In her eyes, you can see that she knows she's about to die, which in the end she did. The woman died a couple of hours ago at a local hospital. So what can we learn from this?
In a video game.
The FBI says its top priority.
Capitol officers move aside to make way for a tactical team. The mob begins climbing towards and through the door. At that moment, an officer on the other side opens fire. Protester Ashley Babbitt falls to the ground, fatally wounded. The officer.
Police officer of one of the rioters, Ashley Babbitt. Of one of the rioters, Ashley Babbitt. Every
Shit.
4 months rally in Washington, D.C. last August.
It's time.
Shut up. It's time.
For revolution. For revolution.
Where he encouraged an insurgency against President Trump.
We got rip Trump out of that office right over there. Pull him out that Nah, we ain't about waiting until the next election. We about to go get that I ain't about to.
Okay.
4 months after that speech, Sullivan says he masqueraded as a Trump supporter at the January rally and recorded the chaos inside the Capitol.
We don't want to hurt them on the side. We just want to go home. Go. Let's go. Get this. That sounds like a shot.
It's not enough to call it a tragedy. Imagine for a second getting the call and learning that was your daughter. The last time you spoke to her, she was heading to Washington for a...
Just real quick, so if you've seen the video, we're not always gonna watch on stream, but like, they were literally crawling through a fucking window.
And he was like this, dude. Like, what the fuck? Dude, he was, right, and he was doing this. Dude. Action. And then half the chat's like reacception. I know that's cringe is funny as fuck. I love them. I think they're fucking hilarious. But also, I kind of want to look at the video myself. Like, I want to fucking make jokes on my own. You guys are like kind of fucked up, dude. Kind of fucked up. It's almost like you guys are like, oh, dude, your fucking reacts are not that funny. So
What is that? Melt. Come on, heaven.
Spike down mid. Last player standing.
Your duty is not over.
Oh, yes, no, Spike.
He was quick with...
did I thank Lexi Bay for subscribing for 2 months? Thank you so much, Lexi's Bay for subscribing for 2 months. And thank you, Juna, for subscribing for 4 months. Thank you so much. Andrew's bad check. Stop! I'm literally good. I just got unluck.
If you find diamonds... This guy really thought I was gonna like waste 5 minutes just like looking for diamonds. That's disrespect. He didn't even follow me. Could have at least followed for the troll that he tried to pull. If you find emeralds in the next 10 minutes, I'll get... Yeah, literally. Oh no, tapping works as if they've typed in the chat, that's when you can tab.
Oh, Jesus, that's a huge ass ocean. And here's suddenly snow. You guys act like you're starving to death. When I was watching it, the little jars, the little wrestling. How the hell do we know? How do we find out? 9.
Feel it?
No, who said you had it?
Babe, she thinks she's got a hernia. I mean, a tumor on her brain. Hey, can you let dogs out? Please? What?
Go out to where?
Why did you leave it out there?
Because I was carrying in 2 12-packs of pops and 3 sacks of groceries.
Now, why are you yelling?
Okay.
And go get it.
Why are you doing that? My guys don't have any shoes on. You have your shoes on. Can't go up there? Give me your shoes. Okay, why don't I have any shoes? You guys want to go bark at the people? I get the blood, I need the queen.
So out there.
I'm nearing the end of my 4th year. I feel like I've been lacking, crying too many tears. Everyone seemed to say it was so great, but did I miss out? Was it a huge mistake? I can't help the fact I like to be alone. It might sound kinda sad, but that's just what I seem to know. I tend to handle things usually by myself, and I can't ever seem to try and ask for help. I'm sitting here, crying in my prom dress. I'd be the prom queen if crying was a contest. Makeup is running down, feelings are all around. How did I get here? I need to know. I guess I maybe had a couple expectations. Thought I'd get to them, but no I didn't. I guess I thought the prom was gonna be fun, but now I'm sitting on the floor and all I wanna do is run. I keep collections of masks upon my wall to try and stop myself from revealing it all. Affecting others is the last thing I would do. I keep to myself though I want to break through. I hold so many small regrets and what ifs down inside my head. Some confidence, it couldn't hurt me. My demeanor is often misread. I'm sitting here, crying in my prom dress. I'd be the prom queen if crying was a contest. Makeup is running down, feelings are all around. How did I get here? I need to know. I guess I maybe had a couple expectations.
Fresh groceries are our thing, so we check your delivery order for freshness at every step from farm to store and pick and pack every veggie in your free pickup order with care, because we treat your food the way we'd want ours to be treated. We're fresh every day, so shop anyway. Dillon's, fresh for everyone. Free pickup on orders of $35 or more. Restrictions may apply.
And now you'll find more ways to save on your favorites. When you download digital coupons, you can use up to 5 times in one transaction. Dillon's, fresh for everyone.
Great values are happening now during Lowe's summer savings. Save on select appliance special values. Plus, save an additional $50.
I mean, being the biggest streamer in SDK is no easy feat, and it honestly comes with a burden with all the
So shop Lowe's today.
being the biggest streamer in SDK, it's no easy feat, and it comes with a burden to all the attention I do not get from females. Sad life. Being the biggest streamer in SDK, it's no easy feat, and it comes with a burden to all the attention I do not get from females. Sad life. Being the biggest streamer in SDK.
You've been on my mind as of late. I think that I'm in love, but I don't know if my heart's leading me astray. I just want to be close to you, in body and in mind, but you're so far away from me, we've got no time. Forgot I didn't have to try so hard, but we both know it's not as easy as it sounds. I never know when I should play my cards. It might be better just to fold and not find out. Sometimes I just want to be alone, but then I think of you and I just feel so turned around with what to do. I'm reflecting on my yesterdays, and frankly I'm ashamed. I know I've grown so much since then, but some things just don't change. Forgot there's no such thing as how things are. It's all just chance, we found ourselves right here and now. I wanna know if I can beat the odds. Sometimes all you can do is jump and just find out. You think you got it, but there's more around the corner. You can't escape your heart. You're stupid thinking, always saying that you cannot lose if you don't play. It's not a game, there's more to life than making sure everything will turn out fine. Cause honestly it's worth pursuing, even if you don't know where it will lead. You know you can't escape it. You know there's risks worth taking. You know you gotta just find out. Your heart is always changing. There's more to love than breaking all that
Oh, JJ. Yeah. We fed him. Anders, you trying to bite him? Huh? She'll try to bite you more.
You make me one, Dad? But will you cook it like long? Like almost burn it?
No, bro.
Bro, I don't like them with the red meat. I don't like the blood on my burgers, bro. I prefer to not get salmonella.
surgeon general, a new COVID-19 variant is spreading quickly in our community. The Delta variant is the most contagious one we've seen yet. If you are unvaccinated, you are at serious risk. And maintain physical distancing until you are fully vaccinated. COVID-19 vaccines are highly effective against the variant. Find free vaccines near you at vaccines.gov.
We can do this. Pay for it.
You love listening to your favorite artists, and we love listening to you. So let's talk. Click now to take part in our short survey, and you could win a month of gloriously uninterrupted music with Spotify Premium. That means you can enjoy all your favorite artists ad-free. Sound good? Then all you need to do is hit the banner now for your chance to win.
pieces I could find. I tried my best to make anew, but in the end I knew I lost the parts of me I felt that I just couldn't lose. I guess it just felt empty, empty. I guess it felt like I had lost that part, but I was only 16, 16. At the time I thought my world would fall apart. I couldn't find an answer for the questions that were running through my head. All that I knew was that it was all over again. You do it all over again. I guess it just felt empty, empty. I guess it felt like I had lost that part, but I was only 16, 16. At the time I thought my world would fall apart. I couldn't find an answer for the questions that were running through my head. All that I knew was that it was all over again. You do it all over again.
What's up, babe? Time your mother. Crazy, man. Crazy.
Phone close, phone show, need a phone hoe. Phone money, phone honey, sipping phone foe. Phone show, blow the glow, never said that. Staying low on my toes, I'ma get that.
It's getting serious, make a bitch delirious. Bitches on my dick, cause a boy so mysterious. That's a mystery, thoughts making history. Wrist keeps spinning like a fucking rotisserie.
David let him in, I said him in, I'm better, man. She run me out, just like I said, man. I love my candy, tryna be a little sweeter, man. I'm after money, need my money, I'm a greedy man. Money on my grave, I run it up until I die. Got some eyes in every spot, I'm flashing like a fly. I never heard a flare, I'm never cause a homicide. If you're playing with me, I'ma use some pesticide, babe.
Phone close, phone show, need a phone hoe. Phone money, phone honey, sipping phone foe. Phone show, blow the glow, never said that. Staying low on my toes, I'ma get that.
It's getting serious, make a bitch delirious. Bitches on my dick, cause a boy so mysterious. That's a mystery, thoughts making history. Wrist keeps spinning like a fucking rotisserie. Got my wrist whipping, looking like a chef. Oregano, am I right? 30 on my left. Pull up with the set, got the kitchen all wet. And the cream team coming for your neck. I don't do shit, but my bitch got tits. Gravy walk around looking like a fucking lick. Side bitch thick, and my main bitch thick. And my oatmeal thick, bitch, I can't even pick. Gravy be finessing, it's a blessing when I'm on the block. Teach a boy a lesson about the flexing, bitches, I'm a jock. Wrist so reflective, it's aggressive for a fucking clock. I've been pouring dressing and caressing on your fucking thigh.
Phone close, phone show, need a phone hoe. Phone money, phone honey, sipping phone foe. Phone show, blow the glow, never said that. Staying low on my toes, I'ma get that.
Let go!
How I luck, get that how I luck, yeah. Catch her how I luck, catch her how I luck, yeah. 30 in my tuck, yeah, she in my tuck, yeah. 40 on my wrist, what a damn life, yeah.
I've been called an outlaw my whole life. But what makes an outlaw? Is it wrong to love Papa Murphy's Take and Bake Pizza? To want Fritos baked on their new pizza? And for that pizza to be too delicious? With juicy brisket, fresh mozzarella, tangy barbecue sauce, and crunchy Fritos, Fritos Outlaw Pizza from Papa Murphy's is unlawfully good. And if that's what makes an outlaw, then I'm the biggest outlaw there is.
Take and bake or grill the new Fritos Outlaw Pizza. Only from Papa Murphy's. Only for a limited time. Change the way you pizza.
Dylan's fresh groceries are our thing, so we check your delivery order for freshness at every step from farm to store and pick and pack every veggie in your free pickup order with care, because we treat your food the way we'd want ours to be treated. We're fresh every day, so shop anyway. Dylan's, fresh for everyone. Free pickup on orders of $35 or more. Restrictions may apply.
And now you'll find more ways to save on your favorites. When you download digital coupons, you can use up to 5 times in one transaction. Dylan's, fresh for everyone.
COVID-19 is spreading in your community from the highly contagious Delta variant, but vaccines are highly effective against variants. Find free vaccines at vaccines.gov.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. We can do this.
Inspired by State Farm's surprisingly great rates.
It's so cheap. Yeah, got a great rate on the down low, 'cause Jake isn't your average Joe.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Home alone again, I'm wondering where you cut me off.
Leave me alone with all my thoughts. I'm remembering when you used to say we could always talk, even if all we had was lost. Now you won't admit it, burnt the bridge, and now you're leading me on. Come on, so save me the trouble. I don't wanna suffer. Move on, move on. Honey, you don't have to lie that you're busy all too tired. You're out every weekend now, taking all your new friends out. It hurts my pride just a little. Yes, I die just a little. Oh no, you don't have to call, 'cause the photos say it all. I see you're letting your hair down, taking up your new friends out. It hurts my pride just a little. Yes, I die just a little every time.
You're not in my head, you're under my skin and in my blood. I don't know why I care so much. I try to understand what's in your plans and what you want.
100 big rock stones by Mr. Beast is high, 7. Oh no, oh my god, I'm in the video. No, I have to go, I have to go like this. I have to say, oh my god! Oh my god! Is this the real Mr. Beast? Is this the real Mr. Beast? No shot! No shot! Let me look at my email! Let me look at my Instagram, let me look at my YouTube, let me look at my Facebook. No shot! It's the real one! Oh my god!
Careful, mid.
You can watch this.
This is Dom. He's a friendly little robot that's super good at only one thing: setting up a
Only
butt
pants?
ton of dominoes really, really fast. It's taken 5 years to get to this point, but according to our initial tests, we have hopes that he might be more than 10 times faster than the fastest human. So today we're gonna put him to the test, going head to head against the world's foremost domino expert, who unfortunately is a mere human. Then we're gonna attempt a Guinness World Record, and he's gonna try and fill this entire warehouse with a mural of 100,000 dominoes. And for context, setting up a domino mural that size would take a team of 7 skill builders 1 full week. Dom here is gonna attempt to do it by himself in 24 hours. Now I know what you're thinking. Big whoop, Mark, because as a kid, you might have had a toy that looked like this, or even this custom robot KiwiCo made me that can drop 20 dominoes in a row. So isn't it a bit overkill to utilize
That's
an
kinda
autonomous
cool robot.
robot, a half-mile of Hot Wheels tracks, and a high-speed robotic arm? And I get it, because our designs look like this, where we would just try and hack a little Roomba when we first tried to tackle this problem exactly 5 years ago.
That's crazy.
But then pesky details with scale arise, like for starters, just how much 100,000 dominoes is. So the robot will need to come and reload at least 1,000 times. But how exactly do you reload it? And how would it know exactly where to drop each domino and what color it should be? And how do you make it so reliable that it doesn't screw up once in 100,000 drops of a domino? A system to reliably tackle issues at scales like this is just going to be inherently super complex. Like 10 times more complex than my automatic bullseye dartboard, which to this point was probably the most complicated build on my channel. So after failing off and on for 3 years, I was doing a Q&A at Maker Faire, and I told the crowd if anyone wanted to help me with the brutal challenge, to hit me up afterwards. And to my absolute delight, 2 freshmen from Stanford and a software engineer from the Bay Area all took me up on the challenge. So I hired them, and 2 years later, here we were. Now before I show you how it all works, I first wanted to put him in a head-to-head competition to see how good he really was. And for that, we need the undisputed heavyweight champion on YouTube for all things dominoes, Lily Havish. Lily, you are known on YouTube as the Queen of Dominoes, right?
People do call me the Domino Queen.
And for very good reason. With over 1.2 billion views on her channel, you've almost certainly seen one of her incredible creations over her 12 years on the platform. She's so good, she's even got her own line of dominoes you can buy in stores. Okay, so here's the challenge, Lily.
Cool, man.
I want you to set up like 300 dominoes right now, and let's see how long it takes.
Ellie, make me another one.
It's a human to do that. Okay. Clock starts.
Now.
Now.
I gotta do 2 hands.
If you need me, Lily, just sitting here reading my newspaper, For you kids at home, a newspaper is like a boring
What?
iPad made from trees.
What the fudge?
That's actually pretty fast.
Oh,
disaster! The foibles of being a human.
Jesus.
Okay, Lily,
Really
are you
did
ready for this? I've seen enough. I actually don't know how to whistle.
I don't know either.
This is the Dominator.
Oh my god. Wow.
Wow.
A good set of googly eyes will go a long ways. Okay, boy. Let him down.
Chat, whenever you say robot with dominoes, that was my first thought. Funnels like this.
I suck at dominoes, Lily, but I'm good at engineering, which means...
Because you can just slam them in there
I'm
and it'll fall
actually
into
really
place.
good at dominoes.
Right?
We even showed off. The Dominator double stacked the middle row for you.
That is impressive. That is seriously impressive.
What, it doubles?
This technique of laying down a tile of 300 dominoes at once was really the key that helped us crack the scale and reliability issues. And it's probably my favorite part about the Dominator, besides his wiggly tail.
What?
Here's Josh to explain more.
So we have these 3D printed
What?
funnels which allow us to drop all 300 dominoes all at once.
And the mechanism that drops those into the top of this tray, we'll show that in just a second.
And if we remove these funnels here, we can see that the dominoes are precisely placed in their locations. This allows us to place 300 dominoes exactly where we want them all at once.
And they don't fall out because of what we call the Connect 4 mechanism under here. But if we trigger the servo, then it slides that Connect 4 tray over and drops them all at once, making for some gratuitous, beautiful slow-mo shots.
Oh, that's kind of cool. Jesus.
And so while this looks really cool, obviously dropping from that height wouldn't be effective. So we lower the whole platform down on this ball screw, then set them right on the floor, which turned out to be incredibly reliable. So Dom took the W in round 1, but now it's time for the endurance round. Okay, first one to 10,000 dominoes wins.
Warlord.
You ready?
I'm ready.
Wait, let me show you what I'm watching. Oh wait, you can't see it.
Ready.
Dominator, you ready? Start.
Or just eating.
I mean, it's GG's.
Oh my god. Wow. I already failed.
That's great.
So bad.
Camera?
And to Lily's credit, she was actually insanely fast. Just not, you know, robot fast.
So unfair. So unfair.
On top of that, she had to handle a very large distraction with the emotional maturity of a 9-year-old. Yep, I think I'm doing pretty good. You're doing very good for
She is doing pretty good though.
Oh no! No what?
Wicked.
I think she is pretty good though.
Get out.
Cloggers.
That feels so much
Well,
faster
this is a lot of fun. I got one by one of those now.
How's Lily doing?
Tired.
And so while Lily's output slowed down considerably, Dom's did not. And I should mention, we sometimes call him Dom, but that's just short for his legal birth name, which, as noted before, is Dominator. Because, you know, like Domino, Dominator, whatever.
Oh, okay.
It all works.
I'm gonna head to the bathroom.
Oh, Lily has to go to the bathroom.
I'm human, right?
Dominator, do you have to go to the bathroom?
I don't like these vans. I like the more standard one with
9,000
nothing on them.
perfectly laid dominoes in
Black
a
on
little
black,
over
yeah.
2 hours. Actually, 9,001. We got a bonus domino out there in the middle of this field. May or may not have been on purpose.
No oil
but now we
change?
can say it's
Why would
actually over 9,000. It was a pretty clear result, and Lily, of course, was gracious in her defeat to the machine overlords. So all that was left to do now was to knock them down.
Oh, I lost.
Yes, that was
Fail.
satisfying. So we went head-to-head with the world's foremost domino expert and came out on top. And now it's time for the real challenge.
One
to
part didn't
attempt
fall.
a Guinness World Record and see how quickly we can fill this entire room with a mural of over 100,000 dominoes. All right, buddy, you got the game plan. Now you just got
Like 3 hours?
execute. Godspeed, little fella. Godspeed.
Oh, good number.
300 dominoes down. 102,000 left to go.
What? I would give them fast.
In 20 hours out. Oh, you're right. Yeah, yeah.
So we're about 6 hours in, but more importantly, we just got our first Goomba. This is beautiful.
Oh, this looks pretty cool, though.
Back to work, Dom. And the best part about working really hard for a few years is that the last 24 hours are super relaxing. And with that tile placed, we are officially halfway done with over 50,000 dominoes put down in just a little bit over 12 hours. And Dom, whoa, easy boy.
Chat.
Just showing.
Yeah, this is kind of weird to say, but I feel like if you had like a lot of money or whatever, and you were very skilled at what you did, and you were very educated, and you knew how these things worked or whatever, right? The possibilities are fucking endless. I feel like you could do so much cool shit with like robots and whatnot, and you could buy all the materials you need. You could do crazy amount of shit.
Signs of slowing down.
No, really?
So this is a good point to explain the rest of the robotic system. It all starts over here with the loading station that Josh and John Luke spent a lot of time optimizing. The dominoes are loaded by color on these conveyor belts, and then a KUKA robot arm grabs them and places them in one of 300 loading chutes made from 2.7 miles worth of Hot Wheel tracks. And you could load Dom directly with the robot arm, but this is much faster because he doesn't have to wait. He just comes in here to the docking station, and the lower platform slides over, so the bottom layer of 300 dominoes gets loaded up all at once. And we also had a backup loading system using a tray, just in case at any point the robot arm wasn't working. Besides the Hot Wheels tracks, there's a ton of 3D printed parts throughout the build that we either printed ourselves, or if we were in a pinch, my friends at Matter hacked herself this out. So that's the loader. Now how about the Dominator himself? How does Dom know exactly where to go in the room to drop a domino?
So we've pre-programmed the route for all 102,000 dominoes, so the robot knows exactly where to go right from the start. Then, as we're driving around, we use these indoor GPS sensors to track the position of the robot so it knows roughly where it is. And then as we get closer to the place the dominoes need to drop, we use these IR cameras that are tracking markers on the ground to make sure the robot lines up perfectly every single time.
So the vision from the beginning is that we could set Dom up, we could turn off the lights and leave, and come back the next morning and you've got like a full field of dominoes set up.
You could work all night in the dark just fine.
All right, now how about these super cool wheels?
So these are called Omni wheels, and they're awesome because they let you translate it any direction you want. So this is way better than like your car, where if you need to move a little bit to the left or right, you have to make like a 5-point turn. So with these guys, you can move any direction you want to adjust for small corrections in the placement of the dominoes. These wheels are powered by these ClearPath brushless DC servo motors. These are like the gold standard in terms of speed and accuracy, and they allow us to slide the robot around by even just a couple millimeters at a time, which is super useful.
Cool shit, though.
We're trying to make real fine adjustments.
You can say batch as much as you want. This is pretty sick, though.
That's just the uppermost tip of the iceberg.
Yeah, I don't want to be worried about it. I don't want to be worried about it, but I feel like it's like it's a bit of lack of precision. I would expect it more.
For placing the dominoes down.
Now,
it's kind of crooked.
The uppermost tip
I feel like it's gonna fail because of this.
But Dom's brain is over 14,000 lines of code, all from scratch. So if you want to go way deeper into the technical details, I'll put a link in the video description where Alex put it all in one spot. Now back to finishing the second half.
That looks boring as shit. It's already looking sick though.
So the Dominator has been running just under 24 hours, and this is a bit of a momentous tile here.
It's not that I don't understand code or whatever. I forget it.
It's a me, Mario.
I get the feeling of doing a code, right? And it ends up doing what you want it to do. It's a cool feeling.
Are on the floor successfully. This is the last 300.
When the thing does what you want it to do,
you guys
and you're the one that did it, like, oh my god.
Josh and Alex,
I did something that's unique.
Don't blow this, Dom. You got it, buddy. Finish strong. got it! Just over 24 hours to lay all the dominoes. Gentlemen. It feels really fulfilling as an engineer to see the design process yield results like this. And speaking of the engineering design process, my month-long creative engineering course where I teach this process and where you watch me make 3 builds from scratch and you make 3 creative builds of your own is once again open for enrollment for a bonus summer session right now. So go to monthly.com/MarkRober or use the link in the video description.
I don't skip ads when I watch other people's videos.
So now with everything set up, the final critical step was to knock them down. You can see John loading in the Mario pipes because they were going to be our trigger mechanism. And the way that works is we've got 4 Hot Wheel cars glued to the bottom of this platform that rides in these parallel Hot Wheels tracks. Then you slap a green sliding shell on top and a motor at the end pulls the cart along the tracks with a string. Then the shell contacts a lever arm at each pipe like this, which causes them to roll forward, down the ramp, hopefully into the dominoes. Okay, now I'm nervous. I wasn't nervous, now I'm nervous. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
It's pretty crazy. Yeah, some lines flopped. Got it! Woo! Yes! Awesome. Oh! Holy cow! Whoa! Oh my gosh! It looks super cool.
And in the end, Dom was 50 times faster than a skilled domino builder, and he got himself a world record to show for it. Although to be fair to us organisms, it was in the non-human category. And at that point, after 5 years, we were just so relieved to be done, we got a little carried away celebrating the champ with an appropriate send-off.
That was cool though.
6-year-old me would be so stoked to know that I would eventually build a robot that could set up all the dominoes for me. So if you want the same feeling of making things with your hands to do cool things, but you don't want to wait 35 years, then my friends at KiwiCo...
What? I know, I give me 20 minutes.
In fact,
Ass hat.
Mini version of the Dom I designed
chat, when I was done to chat
just for this video. I mean, how awesome and adorable is that? He's like the protege, the Dom Jr.
That's actually impressive though, that it actually works.
That work on each project, and honestly, if I wasn't making YouTube videos, I think I would apply to be on their team. Then all the concepts are kid tested, and then it's delivered right to your door every month so you can foster your creativity and maker abilities in a fun and natural way. So for example, for this domino machine box, inside you've got all the supplies you'll need to put it together.
Could be able to afford it, yeah.
And then a booklet with more info, like a Q&A with someone you might know. And this is the Tinker Crate line, but they've got 8 different subscription lines, each catering to a different age group and topic. So if you want to support my channel and feed your brain while having fun at the same time, go to KiwiCo.com/RoverDomino or use the link in the video description to get an exclusive.
I enjoyed that video, that was really good.
Thanks to KiwiCo for being so great to work with. Thanks to Dom and Dom Jr. for just dominating.
YouTube originals.
Thanks to you for watching. What do we do now?
We're about to clean it up.
Oh, there we go. A cleanup robot.
Dude, I would spend hours making like a Hot Wheels, original Hot Wheels with a bunch of tracks. It would do like backflips all the way, jump, this, and then after like a bunch of hours of building it, the car wouldn't even go past the fucking down straight, and it would just fall. Yeah, but it was fun though. I wish I had add more of it, dude. That's how it always was though. Hot Wheels were just so unreliable.
Munkus?
Were you mad when he got announced to fight Mayweather? Were you like, that should be me?
No.
He had 2 deducted points.
I mean, I'd call Mayweather, but you know, that's another story.
Hey, Floyd. I may have some money for you, my friend. Do I have to say something first? I don't know.
Where
do
you
start?
What the
Where do you
well,
start?
I thought this was just your intro.
I love this chill COD stuff.
If I had to
Great
live with me, I would be upset as well.
What?
That tweet made me mad.
What tweet?
The one Greek did last night.
Which one?
That just seems so fucking high roady.
It's not. He's not wrong. It's a little high roady.
Like, it made me unreasonably upset. Well, I shouldn't say unreasonably upset. I just looked at it. I was like, ugh.
Especially with Greek's IRL style.
Putting the phone down. That was the most high roady bullshit crap I read all day. That's my opinion. Get that shit out of my.
If I had to live with me, I would be upset as well.
Okay.
Big drama bomb. Greek blocking Malena, myself, and Mizkif.
Why though?
I don't blame him. I don't want to see our tweets.
I don't know why, but I'm not mad at him. You know, I know things are kind of rough.
Guys, I'm gonna say it. I think people talking about other people blocking who on Twitter, dude. Guys, this is gonna be a pretty weird take. Even close friends, even people that you respect, whatever. If you block them and they block you, I don't see a problem with that. I've said this for years. I'll say it again. Who cares who blocks who? It's such a low hanging fruit. I don't give a shit. I block a lot of people. I go to my Twitter. I want to see their trash on my feed. I don't want to talk to them on Twitter. Okay, blocked. Okay, problem? I don't see the problem with that. I think it's a bigger problem that you go check who blocked who and who blocked you, and you get ego checked because I follow them but they don't follow me. I'm going to unfollow. What is that, dude? What the fuck is this? How old are you, man? I think that's just weird.
I don't know why, but I'm not mad at him. You know, I know things are kind of rough, and hopefully one day he can unblock me. That's really all I have to say about that. Now, Miz block, I get the Miz block. I'm about to block Miz. He's always tweeting that he's live at people. Shameless. But that's all I gotta say.
Yeah, that's reasonable. That's reasonable. Well, the problem is that because it's like a meme, but it's. I mean, I don't know. This is what I did. One, it's a trash meme. Two, it's malicious in its roots, and also it achieves what they wanted to achieve. So it's like, I mean, it's not drama. It's a trash meme. Listen. I was at fucking Chance's house, okay, when I used to live there, and I was live in their room, okay, and they came back from whatever the fuck, okay. Greek came in, and they didn't really kick me out, but you know, it was like, yo, man, you know, it was a joke, but it was like, not really a joke, like, oh, dude, you gotta get out so we could stream. Like, oh, okay. So I ended my stream and I took all the shit out, right? And it was just kind of whatever, right? And then, so while I'm moving and doing all my shit, and then one of his followers tweets, I tweet something like, oh, I'm relooking or some shit, and so he says, hey man, Greek is live or some shit, and I blocked them. They were like, oh my god, XQC blocks this guy. Like, for one, blocking is fine. Two, it's blocking. It's not even a streamer. So it's like some other dude, somebody who always comments or whatever. And three, why make a thread about somebody blocking somebody? And four, I had a reason to block him. That's fucking annoying. That is actually so fucking annoying. It's so trash.
Cool story, Bob.
Oh, here comes a hot take.
LSF needs better moderation.
5 months, Poggers, you
Like, they need better moderation, period. Whenever I go and I read these threads about people, these are just constant fucking hate threads. Like, these are personal insults. This is not constructive criticism. This isn't even criticism. This is hate. And this isn't doing anybody any favors by allowing that on the platform.
Okay. I'm gonna fire back at him. If people that in those clips do things that are full of hatred and are hateful, what the fuck do you expect people to do? If people assume hatred and do hatred, there's gonna be hatred in the fucking in the comments, okay? And you can't hide behind a shield of don't attack me, blah blah blah. No, two wrongs don't make a right, but you can't hypocritically blame one and not the other. You can't do that.
Delete the messages, ban the hateful people, make the community better. Because if you don't do that, you are going to attract more negative, more hostile, more toxic people, and they will alienate more of the positive, just casual viewers. Nobody wants to be in a culture
talking about the
like
toxic
that, in a
other community
relationship like that.
I understand it. He is right, but it's probably in correlation to all the bullshit that happened, all this petty fucking drama, whatever. And as always, fucking clips deleted out the wazoo and shit.
Fanned up. You can leave the one of Alinity saying the racist thing. I don't really mind that one. Those apparently
I called the place. I talked to the manager. I apologized for being assholes.
I wasn't an asshole.
I asked them. I told the manager that the employees were great. Well, I apologize for everybody in behalf.
I'm not sorry for shit.
Shut up. And the manager said that all the employees were fine, and they said thank you for calling. Okay.
I'm not sorry for shit, chat.
Shut up.
No, fuck you. I'm not sorry for shit.
Also, the chat was being really hateful too. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna keep it a stack, okay? My chat runs fucking loose a lot of times, and it annoys the fuck out of me. And we go in mode-only mode these days, and I try to hard moderate. But some of the things that were in chat when they were like ordering the food, it was a fucking disaster, and I fucking hated it. And if you guys act like this, I swear I would go on a roll, dude. You wouldn't hear the fucking end of it if you guys did shit like that. Jesus Christ, that is not right. She's going 80 mph on a jet ski. Example. What is it at? It's the ordering food fucking clip or whatever the fuck.
Hey, ass hat! I got 7 more minutes. Ass hat. I got to wake up early. This is what I do. I don't take my lessons, and I should be fully awake.
No, you need to take rest. Hey.
What?
You need to take rest.
Why?
Why?
So I can be like this in the morning?
Well, it don't matter. I'd rather you be like that than fucking not.
Ass hat.
No, you need to take rest.
Fucking.
You
don't care?
take your ADHD.
Well, I don't care that much either, but it's like the news apparently. So I'm just covering it because I'm out of content. Yeah, this, but it's not on clip. Oh, the clip is deleted?
Miserable. It makes every streamer feel miserable. Like, you want me to be honest with you? It drove Reckful to kill himself. Comments and hate made him miserable.
This is the best defense ever. Are you gonna criticize my league play? Because that made Byron kill himself, by the way. That's like an out for everything. Are you sending me mean DMs? Because that's why Byron killed himself. what a great defense for everything. I will say people on LSF go real.
What the fuck are people saying, man? What is happening with all this, man? What the actual fuck is happening? Guys, can we see the chat anywhere? We can see the chat, right? But the chat was a disaster. I'm not calling out anybody for this. It's kind of like, it's not really anybody's fault, except for maybe moderation on the fly, or whatever. When things go too hot and people need to like insta moderate, but that's kind of really hard. But that chat was, because people were making like fun of the dude and were saying this server or this cashier is an autist or some shit, and people were being like really, I mean, but it wasn't only one. It was like most of chat. It was very odd.
If by the end by the release of Endwalker.
What is this? Oh, so some from XIV thing. Millionaire Twitch streamers are jerks to cashier. TLDR? I mean, that was TLDR. That is the TLDR. Oh no. Wait a minute.
Don't attack like Destiny and some like similar like comment. Please don't, because they just don't know me. That's why they just like think about it. So it's fine. It will be fine. Everything's fine. Yeah. Okay. I just don't want anybody hurt. Not anymore. Just be happy.
It's so low? What's low?
And yeah, you know, like people can mistake every day. But if they are realize their mistake and then how can make better and learn from it, then it will be okay. You know, it will be okay.
Let's just do what we always do, right? Just wait for the most upvoted comment on those drama. Look at what the opinion this guy has. Copy paste it, then paste it on stream in the format of an apology, and look like you're the best because you took public opinion like always. That's pretty much everything all the time. Listen, I'm gonna keep it a stack. That's how it's been though. Everybody seems to be changing overnight, and my new opinion, and I'm illuminated. Everybody has a new opinion the next day, of course, all the time, and it's always the number one opinion on Reddit. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, because it's the right opinion. Yeah, but come on, it's getting old, dude. It's getting really old. It's getting really old, dude. Oh, Nick's take. Here it comes.
Alinity supposedly called the place and apologized. And they said it's fine, case closed. Yeah, but no, it's not case closed. LSF has to be pleased. You know, they have to be pleased. It's not up to the restaurant or the worker or Alinity. It's up to LSF. Whenever they say they had enough.
That's not true. You know what? I like Nick. I don't agree with that at all. I don't agree. I don't think you could put a. I don't think. No, listen. You can't just put a fucking. You can't just stack a fucking band-aid on something, and no, and expect everything to be. Yeah, I get it. People can't be pleased. Oh, he's joking.
That's when they've had enough. When will they have enough? When there's another.
No. I hear the joke.
And they said it's fine, case closed. Yeah, but no, it's not case closed. LSF has to be pleased. You know, they have to be pleased. It's not a.
No, you don't get it.
Up to the restaurant or the worker or Alinity. It's up to LSF. Whenever they say they had enough, that's when they've had enough. When will they have enough? When there's another drama that comes around. Okay, that's just how that. Alinity supposedly called the place in a.
No, guys, it's because it's not really how it works, though. You know, he's not fully right, though. I don't think you understand this. Guys, there was a time where I said something to another player, okay, and I got banned for it in the Watch League. And what I said, yeah, it was pretty bad, but the other person kind of knew and weren't really hurt by it. And at the end, it was like, yeah, we're chill. And what we said was chill. Everything was fine. It was case closed. I still got banned. I still got flack. I still hear about it to this day. I still hear about it, to be honest, right? And I can't just say, oh, man, I apologize, case closed, low W. Not really. It takes time. Not only words, but with action of doing better that you actually come on top. And I think people, when they're mad or when they're upset about something, you can't move on